Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, October the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me. Thank you, Torty and William in our main room. All right, guys, so you can hear me and see my screen. Well, let's get rolling. Just one quick, somebody said having a trouble setting up your charts. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Okay. Charlie, I'm not sure what you mean by that. It's having trouble setting up your charts. A lot of action this morning, guys. A lot of action. So let's take a look at some of the top movers right now. So there's GRI. Yeah, I need more information on that, Charlie. When you say setting up charts, are you talking about charts or are you talking about scanners? There's a big difference. GRI, big mover this morning, could not find any news on it. There'll be something somewhere. I don't see any news on it. SYTA, I did see some news, I think. Yeah, rises after collaboration with T-Mobile. Okay, so that was SYTA. Still don't know what you mean, Charlie, when you say having trouble setting up candlestick charts. I mean, it's hard for me to understand. I don't know what you mean. I mean, we have charts here, so you just load a chart. No new, load a chart. You can pick if you want it in like a bar chart, like I got, or a candlestick chart. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Are you brand new to trading? ISPC. It's hard for me to I exactly know what you mean, Charlie, when you say you're having a tough time setting them up. ISPC, guys, let's see, what is this doing? So as has been pointed out, they did they're selling 1.2 million shares. That was on the 18th. And so on a financing. So this is rocking, though. Boy, this one, if you recall on Friday afternoon, guys, this was one of the ones that showed up, BIVI, showed up on the 10-day daily breakout, had a great break at the end of the day, and a big continuation right now, up 74%, 21 million shares have traded, 3.71. Yeah, so I just need a little more information, Charlie. I don't know what you mean by having trouble setting up candlestick charts. XPON. Look at all these huge percentage moves, guys. I don't see any news on this one. I see they're going to be presenting at some kind of a conference. I don't know when that is, October 29th to 30th, so that's not happening yet. All right, so if you don't want to see, well, okay, again, let me just quickly try to do something. On a 1 minute chart, this is what I see on a 1 minute chart. I see all the pre-market action today. I don't see all the other stuff that you're talking about. Okay, I don't see that. So time frame, maybe make sure you pick, sorry, properties. I don't know, maybe show pre-market. I don't see that. It's hard for me to know. Let's see, Spirit. Even Spirit's having a day, guys. SAVE. Okay, but are you used to looking at charts at all, Charlie? I mean, I'm trying to figure out why when I like you saw what I did, right? I clicked on a 1 minute chart, and all I see right now, all I see this is the pre-market. I don't see anything else. I mean, if I want to scroll back, I can, but this is what I see right now. I see the pre-market. Okay, if you can see my save chart, just using as a 1 minute. Are you new to trading also? Because 1 minute charts are going to be pretty volatile. Look at save guys though. So they had something about their debt. Zeta. Now, Zeta, ZETA, this was knocked down. Bank of Berkeley says cut their, is downgrading Zeta, ZETA. So that is, I guess, the reason why the Zeta declined. I don't see drug. There I see drug. Now I see drug. Yeah. Oh my gosh, no kidding. $58, up 25%. Meanwhile, guys, well, what can we say about the SMRs, okay? The nuclears, OKLO, that's near the high of last week. NNE, near the high of last week. And of course, LTBR, which I was calling a real laggard, and it was lagging. I mean, the rest of them were really ripping. But look what happened last week. It went from 314, closed at 734, now up over 10. Yeah, I just don't, but Turn, I just don't know what you're trying to accomplish. On a 1 minute chart, you see what I'm doing. I pick 1 minute on my chart, and I don't see, all I see is the pre market. That's all I see. I don't see anything else. I don't see Thursday, Friday, what you're talking about. If I scroll back, I can, but I mean, that'd be crazy. So sorry, I don't know how to help you. Let's see, ASPI, where's it? ASPI still hanging tough. I don't see ASPI right now. The reason I don't see it is that it's only up 15%, and my low down here is 17. But ASPI, I mean, it's doing its thing too. I mean, it's moving. Great 2 days, 3 days, great 3 days actually. On the way down, guys, this one ALAR, this yeah, disappointed me. I think I took this one, took a kind of got out flat. I was looking at this one when it broke out here, and I didn't. Unfortunately, I was not able. Well, I mean, it moved beautifully, but I wasn't able to time it well on the daily. That was on, I believe that was on Thursday. Here's Friday. So it's starting to drift down now, though. ALAR, okay, and the next low looking left is 13. So, PJ, I don't know if you're looking for shorts. I have no idea if this will continue down, but this is definitely weak right now. This is ALAR. News on Lumen, something to do with my Meta, okay, crypto in our YouTube room, something to do with Meta or old Facebook, okay, and that's the LUMN, which I don't see right now. Does that mean it has pulled back quite a bit? Well, again, it's only up 17%, and my low down there is 18%. So it has not pulled back, no. But this is the news. Lumen and Meta partner to drive AI network expansion. That was the news for Lumen, LUMN. Not a low float, almost a billion in the float. Well, learn. It's hard for me to know without seeing. You guys are asking me these questions. It's hard for me to know why something is not happening without knowing what the alert is. Now, understand that I'm just going to, if you're using the current volume, the relative volume filter in the pre-market, you will get nothing. Okay. If you use the relative volume filter in the pre-market, you'll get no data at all coming through. Okay. So that could be the reason. WINT, that was another one I was seeing here. I don't see it again. WINT. So it's Yeah, so WINT, this is up 19%, very, very low float. Again, I don't see any news on it. A lot of action this morning, guys. And we're getting into a big earnings week. Not so much the companies, but just the number. 400 or so companies releasing earnings this week. And Pali, Pali, there was another one that was moving. Let's see, it's probably not up 18% anymore. Yeah, it's only up 10%. So, and it's pulled back quite a bit actually. 547 down to 428. So again, if you're using an alert window learn or even a top list window, right click on it and see if you've got the relative volume filter. If that's what you're using, you got if you're using that in the pre-market, you will get no data. Okay. Now, if you want data like this, just, I'm sharing this. I'm sharing this scan. These two top lists right here, not scans, but two top lists right here. I'm not really talking about the ones that are down. eFresh. I mean, that just was a wild one, of course, on Friday, up to $10, back down to reality. Now, the trade of the week is AI, guys. The trade of the week is AI, and the suggested entry is 2650. I can see why. So the high of Thursday, looks like that's about 2650 right there. There's a 200-day moving average. It's got to get through that, 27. So it's a little bit above that. So again, the trade of the week is AI, and the trigger is 2650. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. And if it does get over 2650, then look left. It's got some room, obviously, almost up to 28. All right, guys, what's the market doing right now? So we're in for a bit of softer open right now, but it is recovering. You can see here's the SPY. So it got down to 582. So we're starting to recover just a little bit on the SPY. I want to take a look at the economic calendar. So it's 6:40. This is all, so that's really early. 8:55. I'm just looking at some of the Fed presidents who are talking. So 8:55. So that's passed. So the next thing that's happening is at 10 o'clock, leading indicators at 10 o'clock, and then at 1 o'clock we've got Kashkari, the Fed president, talking. So the next thing that might affect the market short term, intraday, would be at 10 o'clock, leading indicators. Okay. When does AI have earnings? Do you have trade ideas, crypto? I mean, a lot of this is just, we have December 4th, okay? Not just December 4th. So let's take a look at XLE. I want to take a look at XLE, see where it is again. See what happened on Friday. It touched again that 200-day moving average. It's a little bit above it now. Okay, it's touched it though and held. That green line, you see in my daily chart, that is the 200-day. And the other one I want to see is retail, XLR. That's not retail. Actually, I want to see healthcare too, XLV, way above it. Okay, RT, so yeah, so it's still moving away. It is still moving away. So the only one that is challenging the 200-day of the major sectors is energy, XLE. So kind of the weakest of all the in it, weak relative term, of course. What about you see? What about Alio, man? Gone over it. Nothing. I just have to wait for the market to open. There's SMR, guys. SMR now just broke. Sorry, did not. So I may be a little more aggressive today, guys. I may be a little more aggressive. Depends what happens on that 10-day daily breakout scan. If we get some early ones before 9:45, I may in fact take. It's up to you, of course. But don't know what you mean by that. Can you please show alert for 1 to 10 currently running? I don't know what you mean by that. Learn you. I mean 1 to 10. I mean these are the top right here. These are the top 10 stocks right now. GRI, CETA, SI, SYTA, etc. These are the top. So I don't know what you mean by that. All right, guys, what time is it now? 9:18. So another 12 minutes before the market opens. GNPX, I forgot to mention this one. GNPX, I forgot to mention it. It's under a dollar. So, some of you will play this one. Look at the volume, 13 million shares, 2.5 million in the float. So I don't have a scan exactly for that, learn, but just why don't you do you have trade ideas? I think you do. Why don't you just take this? Why don't you just take this pre-market actives that I share, and most of these, are going to be under $10. Most of them. Okay, you see my screen? Most of them are going to be under $10. Okay, just take this one. This is the pre-market actives, and if you want, you could just. I mean, if you only want to see the ones under $10, then just use your price range and put maximum of 10. And here it is. Okay, so on my home page, on my home page, just scroll down when you click on it. Click on my home page, and right here, click here, scans, and pre-market actives up. Okay, just use that one, and then you can just make the maximum $10 if that's what you want. Okay, but most of these are going to be under $10, just because to move a huge percent, usually they have to be fairly cheap. Gary Torgerson, 80. Good morning. You look like you're new. Another one. It's only at 21%. A lot. Look at all these big percentage movers in the pre-market right now. These cheap ones. There's Howell. Howell is 248. So the next high looking left on the daily chart is 265. Okay, guys. So we are now just looking at anything else trying to pop in here. Now this VFC is fading here. VFC is starting to fade. Here we go. So VFC, Van's parent VFC Core falls as JP Morgan puts stock on negative catalyst watch. I wonder if they have a price target. They kept the price target at 16. So that is VFC. Kirk is also up, guys. Kirkland's up 20%. Decent volume, I guess. Rises on partnership with what? Bed Bath and Beyond owner? Are you serious? Okay, well, okay. Bed Bath and Beyond owner Beyond, BYON. All right. Yeah, it makes no sense to me at all, William, but so they did put out some news again. Okay, this drug collaboration with Firefly Neuroscience to provide a full analysis of EEF data in the breakthrough trial. Okay, so they pumping out some news. See if there's the same one. Announce a collaboration with yeah, same thing. Firefly Neuroscience. I don't know who they are. Don't know if they're a public company or a private company. Okay, learn. You really have to listen to me. Okay, Momo scan only works in the pre-market. Okay, the reason why some of the scans, if you've got them from me, don't work right now is because they have the relative volume filter. Okay, and the relative volume filter prevents any data coming in the pre-market. Okay, is it sort of designed that way, if you will? So why we can see symbols here is because I'm not using the relative volume filter in these two top lists, okay? So the Momo scan will not have any data until the market opens. So anything that you've imported from me that is not giving you any data, that's the reason. Howl is howling here, guys. HOWL. Look at this. What a pop. 240 up to 280, just like that. All right, 925, guys. So I'm going to get the what I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. All right, guys, I've got what I'm using once this market opens up and on my screen. Give me a moment as I just rearrange a couple of things here. All right, guys, let's see what the market is doing just ahead of the open. The SPY is putting a pretty nice little recovery. SPY is down basically flat. I mean, it's down like 0.91. Hey, Learn, did that make sense? Do you understand now? Most of the scans that I use have got a relative volume filter in there. Okay. And so nothing triggers until the market opens. Okay. So use my pre market actives up and down learn. Okay. Use that. That's what I do. Why don't you could do the same? It's a great top list. It's going to show you all the stocks that are really moving in the pre market. Okay. Or I suppose you could, what time is it now? 9:28. If you go click on new, and then if you don't like that, then go click on new doc channel bar. Okay. And we do have a pre-market channel. If you maybe you want to use that instead. Pre-market. Okay. Here's a pre-market channel. It's going to look a little bit like mine, but this is there you go. There's a more of an alert style. Okay. But I don't do that. I just use that top list. I just use the top list, up gappers, down gappers, but up to you. All right, guys, we've got less than a minute to this market to open. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. And again, this is not so much today. We'll have a few earnings today, but starting tomorrow, because we'll get all the after hours today and through the balance of the week, we'll have a lot of earnings plays. And that's why the 10-day daily breakout will probably be very active. All right, guys, we're now open. We are now open. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15. I may make an exception if I see something in the breakout, 10-day daily breakout. All right, there's KVUE, guys. I know somebody mentioned that one, and this is up, well, only 5.8%. PYXS, guys, coming right into the 200-day moving average. PYXS, not a lot of volume yet, but it is popping for some reason. Coming, there's the 200-day moving average, so it's a little bit above it, now a little bit below it. So look at this market, guys. Nice lift here from the low right down here. That was at 7:30 Eastern time. Market has lifted ever since then. Well, Hell's got some room. Howell has got some room, guys. HOWL has got some room. Look at a monthly chart. It's got some room to 470. I'm not saying it's getting there. Watching to see how if it can hold three. Talking about HOWL. Oh, GRI. It looks like it got halted on the way down, though, right? GRI looks like it got halted on the way down. Really watching the howl here, guys. HOWL. Guys, I'm just watching howl here. Not a crazy low float. 35 million in the float. Not crazy low. Was trying to hold three, and I'm fixating on it because of it's in that 10-day daily breakout. The alert was at 314. So I'm kind of fixating on it a bit. Now, Bivy also showed up. BIVI also showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. Have to see where it could go on in terms of a monthly chart. All right, ILLR. I had a price alert. This must be yeah. Started trading as ILLR for 3 days ago. All right. Well, with the HAL, I'm just going to have to put a price alert maybe at 314 and see if it takes it out later. Okay, ISPC just showed up. Now, the high in the pre-market, wow, 927. So it's got some room to the high in the pre-market anyway. Come on. Ah, oh. All right, guys, ISPC. Now, the spread was a little crazy, but right. Look at okay. Look at that alert, guys. 764 was the alert. All right, for the Bivy, I'm going to put a price alert around 460 to see if it comes back up to that level. ISPC though was quick anyway. Let's see if it can get over 8 again. Oh yeah, look at that, way over 8. Wow. Okay, I may be missing this one. MULN. This is triggered at 315. Let's see. The next high looking left is 365. I may be missing that one. I'm telling you guys. I mean, this is what I'm concentrating on this week. 10-day daily breakout. What is NBIS? I don't know. Let's see. Is it a symbol? That's new. Started trading. So I guess it was a SPAC. I don't know. Maybe it was a SPAC because it started trading at NBSI in the pre-market. Typically, that's what happens when it's a SPAC. Okay, not 100%, but typically that's what can happen. So it was a SPAC, and then they bought these guys, took them public. I may be wrong, but definitely we have it, and so does Interactive Brokers. Well, got halted on the way down. So that was a quick trade, guys. Let's see what the MULN is doing. Wow, that one. I mean, I didn't take that one. That was I was too had to watch the ISBC. So 315 on the alert, and before it pulled back at all, got up to 348. Great percentage move. Okay, so I'm just looking at some of the nuke plays. Okay, so this got up to 2016 OKLO. It has pulled back about a dollar. Here's one that's on the move, guys. ALKT, Alchemy, ALKT on the move here. ALKT, and this is not a lifetime high. I don't know where. I'm on a monthly chart here. I don't know where the next high in the monthly is. Got to way back, probably way back, but got to go back to 4 years ago anyway. So that is ALKT. I'm not sure what the news is today. Wow, NNE guys. Wow, make another new high here. So I mean, obviously, it's got room. It was the one that really led the charge of these nuclear the SM the SMRs. Even though I know there's a ticker SMR, but this got up to $37, pulled all the way back down to 5. Okay, so I think we saw this one last week. GNPX over a dollar again. No, well, maybe I didn't. I think we did see it last week. I didn't trade it, of course, because it was under a dollar. But now GNPX has soared over a dollar. Look at the volume, 30 million shares have traded already. Okay. How is drug doing? Well, there, guys, there's a GNPX is just ripping. WINT is another one that's just over a dollar. A lot of action so far. WINT just over a dollar. And the next high looking left, maybe a little too close. Okay, drug got halted on the way up. Oh boy, just got halted on the way up. So AIFF, yeah. So that has a link with them. Did a collaboration. That at least that's what they did this day. Okay, they had some kind of a collaboration deal with drug on that day. It really helped them that much. The day of, yes, but it got up to 6 and it pulled all the way back down the next day, all the way back down to just under 3. Let me get to weekly chart here. All right, CYCC, the 200-day moving average. That's far enough away. 200-day moving average is 184. This stock got up to on Friday. They got up to two, so it's trying to move again. 21%, up 21%. Probably a low float, very low float. 1.7 million in the float. GNPX. Okay, so the question from Bjorn in our main room was, where could GNPX open? So again, I'm flashing this on the screen here. This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price, 111 for GNPX. Potential open is in this area, 120. Okay, doesn't have to be there, but and if they're usually they're 5-minute halts, so if it is, it'll open at 9:49 plus 37 seconds. Wow, look at Oklo. Now, is this another one? BEPC. Yes. No. I'm looking for another one of these little nuclear plays, okay? It's not, I don't know if this is being lumped into it, but BEPC. Boy, ISPC really took a header afterwards. Still up 38%. So, I'm going to put price seller. Look at the float. That's one of the reasons, why it's having this dramatic volatile move. Just give me one moment, please. China. I don't know what China is doing today. I haven't looked at the China stock. So this is wow, this is really ripping here. Look left on the weekly chart. Got room 1825. So the next high on a weekly chart is way up here around 23. What is China doing in general? K-Web. I can use K-Web as my guide. This yeah. So China stocks are moving, guys. China. Well, they're recovering. They are recovering. They're not positive. K-Web is still down at 1%, but they are trying to recover here. Okay, now OKLO just showed up on that 10-day daily breakout. Hmm. It's There's the high of Friday, 2064, so it's above that. A little reluctant to do it right now. It could be famous last words, but well, ISPC was halted on the way down twice. Crypto. Meanwhile, NNE guys is yeah. There's no pullback yet for this one. So, maybe the OKLO will follow. Oh, I see. Is that why you were talking about AIFF crypto? Yeah. So AIFF actually is in our AI. The next high looking left is 584. So, I mean, there's room. Low float, 5 million in the float. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. All right, guys. So Lightbridge showed up also on that scan. Okay, the 10-day daily breakout LTBR showed up. Trigger was 960, so that's a little bit interesting. It made it pull back a little bit. Anyway, pulled back a little bit. Pre-market high was over 10, around 1040. You stick an alert right at the alert price 970 or so. What's the news on this? I thought this had some news actually. The ISBC. I did not. No, that was the. Okay, yeah. So they sold. It was a financing that they did on the 18th. That so it's not the news today. All right, guys. BIVI through the 200. No, is that right? No, 200-day moving average is way above 561. Oh man, guys. Um, I don't know what else to say. I would, if you don't have this scan, I mean, if you don't have this scan, take this scan. Okay. I'm not saying every single stock you're going to see on here is going to be a ripper, but look what just happened with the, remember I put a price alert. We had an alert at 450. I put the price alert, or I think a little bit above it, and look what it's doing now. Okay. This is my 10-day daily breakout. I'm waiting on the LTBR. I did. Yeah, yeah, like I didn't take the OKLO 2064, 2132 now. I did take the bivy on that the break of excuse me 450. Use it like a watch list. And this bivy just got halted also on the way up. The BIVI. So listen, LTBR is sort of lagging now a little bit. Put a price alert around 970 or so and see if it hits it later. When I say lagging, I'm talking about lagging NNE and OKLO. And probably, I haven't seen SMA or SMR. Okay, now actually, drug open and open down. Okay, so this did not pop on the. Yeah, this did not pop after the when it resumed. In fact, it is just halted on the way down now. Again, All right. Wow, 9:56. So this has been a it seems like the market's for me anyway, it's been open for about an hour. It's only half an hour. Obviously, I'm waiting on the bivy to see where it's going to open. Right now, no massive clue as to where it's going to open. 538 is the halt price, and we're at 535 right there. Excuse me. So it's not a big clue as to where it's going to open. Now, here's the issue: is the 200-day moving average is looming above it. 561 is the 200-day. So, I mean, if this AIFF is really tied in with drug, well, you can see what's happening with AIFF. Yeah, look at GNPX. So when it opened and it resumed at 99 cents, under a dollar. All right, Spirit, SAVE, still has some room looking left on the daily chart. Something about a debt getting more time to establish some the how whatever they're trying to do. I think haven't they okay, debt refinancing deadline extended to December. Okay, so sort of a stay of execution, I guess, for save. Oh my goodness, guys, look at Bivy. Look what it did. Okay, I'm on virtually everything now of it. Wow. Again, we had the alert right here at 450. It dropped down below 450. I put a price alert around 450. It triggered, I don't know, 15 minutes later. Oh, it's still going too. It is still going. I'm out of it really. It is still going though. Boy, that's about the 10th stock that I've been in that's been halted. Boy, there was no clue that was going to happen. Seriously, remember when we were looking at the that column on Bivy, and it was was halted at 535, I think, or 538, and that column, this column, I mean, it's not halted, but that column was showing like 535, and look how it exploded. Give me a moment. Sorry, guys, I had myself on mute. So, yeah, so looking at Bivy, I do remember this. I do remember this month when Bivy went up to around $33, $30 or so, 33. This was back in March. And so, I mean, I'm not saying this is going to do anything like that, but I mean, there's no more resistance on a monthly chart. And yes, I wish I still had some left, but again, Bivy could have done what the ISPC did. Okay, so you just never know. Roman, if you're around, thank you for the kind words. If you're around, yeah, well, 161. I mean, you just never know. Okay, with the low floats, you just absolutely never know. And I was, oh, no, here's another one. Let's see what this one is doing. ATYR 38 monthly chart. Take a look on a weekly chart. It must be something on a weekly chart, maybe. Nothing. Oh, it's an all-time high. That's why. It started trading. Started trading as ATYR back here, I guess. Nope. Okay, that monthly chart. Where did it start trading as? Because that's pretty. It's pretty low price. It started trading as ATYR in June. It's pretty low, so it must have been an IPO back here, I guess. Okay, so let's see what it's doing. I mean, it's not trading that much right now. It's not rapidly trading a ATYR. I'm just looking at the time and sales right here. It's not that active, even though 740,000. It's a fairly big float, also 73 million in the float. But I am definitely interested in it. We had the alert right here in the breakout at 338. All right. So what I'm going to do is just put a price alert at the high here and see if it takes it out. 344. See if it takes it out because this would be an all-time high. All right. Yeah, LUMN. LUMN. Okay, sorry guys. LUMN. So it is pulled back. What did it pull back to? Anything interesting? It's below the VWAP actually. 752 is the VWAP. So it's below the VWAP, pulled way down below it. So it's. I wish the VWAP had held. Okay, guys. ATYR. ATYR. Let's see if it has any sort of a move in it. Okay, watching it really closely. I'm in it, but I don't want to see it give up 340. If it does, I'll probably bail and maybe put the price alert again. I'm talking with the ATYR. Well, look at the SPY. Are we actually almost flat now, guys? SPY's almost flat. Flat meaning we're closed on Friday. Now, the difference between those previous ones from that alert is the float, really. 73 million in the float. All right, guys, I took myself out of it. Okay, I took myself out of the ATYR. A little loss on it. I have my alert. I'm going to reset my alert. 344. I want to see if it takes it out again. Still like it. I mean, it's an all-time high, basically. I still do like it, maybe for later, but look at the ISPC. It's come all the way back now, or it's coming all the way back. MOLN. Let's see, could this one do? The next high looking left around 7. If it takes out 7, then the next high is almost 10 for MOLN. That is on a monthly chart. And it's not a low float, not high, but it's not low. So ISPC just got halted on the way up. Yeah, I don't like it. Look at the potential open now. Got halted at 742, potential open at 680, though this is fluctuating. So give me a moment, guys. I'm going to try something here. I want to see if this promo code is working. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, guys. So I do have a promo code for you only if you're going to take out an annual premium. I'm not saying that that's not going to be everybody, of course, but I'm going to put the promo in. It could even disappear sometime today. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to be like a used car salesman, but I shouldn't say that. There could be some used car salesmen out in the audience. But there's a promo code you can use, MM555, only if you're going to take out an annual premium. Okay, you'll get $555 off. That's why it's called. And I'll show you how you can do it. Okay, if you're interested. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So, oops. So here's the promo code you can use, okay, for a monthly subscription or a year of standard, okay, 15%. But if you do want to take out right here, the Momentum Master, catch the surge right there on an annual basis. You can use the promo code MM555. Okay. So you click on my homepage link and then click on this, and that'll get you $555 off a annual premium subscription. Okay. Otherwise, if you want a monthly, nothing wrong with a monthly. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a standard. Hopefully that makes sense. And if you do take out a subscription, whatever it is, please use my click on my homepage link, and then again, if you're going to take on an annual premium, click on my homepage link, and don't use Barry 15. You can use the MM555. But at any point, if you're going to take out a subscription, please go to my homepage, use the promo code that I give. That'll really help to keep the room free. It's that simple, okay? Now, if you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos starting off with a download and install, first startup and login. Scroll a little bit down here, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, the two key elements of Trade Ideas. This is a software program, so there is obviously a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do here is in the 10 short videos is cover the important aspects of Trade Ideas to get you going, okay? If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. A whole series of videos for you. Free. Michael Noss put this together. Now, Michael is now going to do Monday instead of Tuesday. I just got the word. So Michael will be in our YouTube room today. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. Trade of the week is AI this week. Let's see if it triggered. And the answer is no, did not trigger. Well, wait a minute. Did not trigger. Yeah, the trigger is 2650. Okay, you can see got up to 2617. So it did not trigger. When you get the email, it clearly outlines what the idea is, and then what the trigger is. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. But the trigger was 2650, and it did not hit it. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Click here for education. We'll have a big education section is right here. Nothing to do with go, no go, Michael. No, it's just I'm going to go over, show you where you can get it. The don't repeat 10-day daily breakout. Nothing to do with go, no go. Here's our user guide. Michael Storm in our YouTube room. So there's the getting started. Way more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Also stock racing. You'll notice I'm running one race here, and I'll show you how you can create. Well, this shows you how you can create your own stock race. I'll go over this race, but this shows you how you can create your own stock race with your own set of parameters. Price alerts. You see how without the price alert putting on BIVI, I wouldn't have known. Okay, so I put the price alert on BIVI. Forgot it. Didn't forget about it. It's kind of okay. Wait to see if it ever happened. Happened 15 or 20 minutes later. That's the only reason I knew. Watch lists. If you want to create your own watch list with symbols that you want to follow, here's how you do it. Okay. Obviously, a lot more in the user guide. Like any other user guide, you don't have to learn everything. It's a big user guide, but you don't have to learn everything. Getting started series again. And daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Now, Michael and Chris are switching. So it'll be Michael Noss now on Mondays. So Michael will take over for me in our YouTube room when I take my break between 12 and 1. Last, my scan. So if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, here are my scans. Click here. So this is the one I'm talking about. The don't repeat 10-day daily breakout. Okay, nothing new with go no go. Okay, so if you want the repeating version, you've got the 10-day daily break. Excuse me. And he just made just keeps making new highs. So if you want the repeating version, In other words, this is kind of like this is a different scan, of course, but you see how NNE repeats every time it makes a new high, okay? Whereas if whereas this, I'm only going to see the very first time it had the alert. In this, if you want the repeating version, every time the stock would make a new high after the initial alert, then this is it, the 10-day daily breakout. It's up to you. You can have them both. Now the breakdown, not very active. There's one stock in there, but it's not that active. But there it is, the 10-day daily breakdown also. Now, what you can see, the scans that I'm sharing that you can actually see, and I'm not trying to hide that scan. It's just I don't want to put so many on the screen that I am sharing. But here's the start. Here's the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Pulse resumed is over here. Relative strength leaders is here. And then the upside movers versus downside movers is here. But as I say, I am sharing other scans. The other one that I'm sharing that's on another monitor is right here, the momentum scan. And then I have a race running, another race, the large cap gainers from the start of the race. But I do have other scans that I've created and I'm sharing with you that you can take a look at if you want. I don't have them all up and running. It'd be way too many to have all running at the same time. All right, guys. So let's take a look at the ATYR. What's it doing? It's still looking interesting, guys. I mean, look, this should just be pausing here. Took myself for a small loss on it, but it is still looking decent. It's an all-time high. So let me go over in general what Trade Ideas is all about. And welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Approximately 3 p.m. I usually take a break between I usually take off between 2:30 and 3. However, the main trading room, we have two. There's a YouTube room and then what I call the main room. Usually can be open till about 4. Okay, somebody else keeps it open under no obligation, but 99% of the time, either Draw or William keeps the room open, so you can always head over there when I take off. All right, guys. So what is Trade Ideas? Well, I have it as an all-time high because it started trading as AT. I don't know, Penny. I can't answer that. It started trading as ATYR back here. Now, it's possible it was a SPAC that turned into this, and but I can't answer that. At any rate, there doesn't appear to be any resistance. So, what is Trade Ideas? So, we are excellent at real-time alerting. Okay, that's where we really cut our teeth. Real-time alerting. And let me explain that. So this is an alert window. If I right click and click on configure and click on summary. So there are many screening programs out there, okay, that kind of claim to be scanners, what real-time alerts. We don't claim, we definitely are. Now we of course can screen like most other programs. This is the screening aspect, okay, of this scan. So if in this scan, if there's a Playboy guys, PLBY, if the price is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This is time of day sensitive, 10:22 Eastern Time. And I'm just going to reiterate because Learn asked this question earlier. If you use this filter, okay, this relative volume filter, the current volume filter, and you're using it and you're trying to see stocks in the pre-market, you won't. Okay, so if you have a scan that's using this filter, like I am right here, you will not see stocks in the pre-market. Okay, it'll just stop you from seeing anything in the pre-market. So, I mean, if you want to see this sort of a scan in the pre-market, you'd have to take that out and then obviously have a pre-market high as the trigger. So let me continue. So why I call this a momentum scan. So if the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. Bottom line is that if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That is why you're seeing CUE making in this scan. These are real-time alerts. 1023 plus 20 seconds. Okay. And 165, that was a new high of the day, met all these filter requirements, making a meeting these filter requirements, making a new high for the day. Okay, that's how it works. So if you like the scan the way it is, of course you can have it. It's on my home page. It's called Momo. But if you want to make any changes, of course you can do that too. Changes might be maybe you don't like the price range, maybe you don't like something else about it, or maybe you want to add your own filter. Up to you. This is what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. Okay. Build your own scans from scratch. Of course, you can do that too. Just going to quickly go through. Well, I'm going to quickly show you the concept here. Right at the very top, this is these two, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. Absolutely the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got. But as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, if these icons or these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Okay. Now, don't get hung up on how many we've got. And if you're looking at this for the first time, think, man, this is way too complicated. How in the world am I supposed to learn how to like what all these mean? Well, you don't have to. First of all, the only reason there are so many is, and I think this makes perfect sense, is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously then, with all the different trading styles out there, they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But if you don't, if you're scrolling down this and you're not used to trading and you don't know what these mean, don't worry about it. Okay. Now, if you have some trading experience, you might want to scroll down and say, "Ah, I know what that means. And maybe I can use that in a scan I want to create." Okay, so don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. That's it, and just a handful of the filters. Doesn't mean that what I don't use is no good. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. That's all it means. Okay. Now this is a trading room. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me all day. So AEE in our YouTube room. What did I say about relative volume? If you use that filter and if you have a scan and you're using that filter, you will not get any alerts if you're in the pre-market if you have that up and running. So, for instance, if you loaded my momentum scan, you liked it, but you're wondering, well, why am I not getting any alerts in the pre-market? You won't because it has the relative volume filter in it, and that prevents any alerts happening in the pre-market. Okay, that's so. I mean, it's a classic question. In fact, learn earlier, ask, why am I not getting any alerts? In the pre-market, I have your momentum scan. Well, that's the reason. And any other scan you may have, or a top list window. If you're using in a top list window, the relative volume filter, you will not get any alerts in the pre-market. Well, you can do, obviously, you can remove it for the pre-market and then add it back in once the market opens. No, we do not have 5, 10, or 15-second charts. No. Always amazed that people ask for that. So you must be a real scalper. All right, guys, let me talk a little bit about this race that you see here. So I'm running 4-minute races. Now, again, if you click on my homepage link, go to the education section, then click on the guide, you'll see there's a whole section on stock racing. Okay. So I run this, and that's how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. So as you can see, I'm running 4-minute races. Again, that is customizable. And what does it all mean? Well, since this race started a little over 2 minutes ago, this stock, JCSE, has moved the most, 4.8%. Since the race started, it's moved 4.8%. HTCO has moved 4.6%, etc. They are not big dollar moves, but that those are the percentage moves so far. And so what happens is when a race is over, you'll notice that there will be a top 10 list automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races. So right now, GNPX, that's in the top position. That has won 4 races. Bivy won 3, etc. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list created for you. Okay. And more than likely, I don't know, if JCSC holds on to its leader, its top position, look what happened. It didn't. But if HTCO does, or Q does, because they're not here, okay, they're not in this top 10 list. So that's what would happen. It would get added. So this gives you, if you have any sort of trading experience, because these are volatile plays, okay? But this gives you a focus, of a top 10 list that you can focus on all day long if you want. Okay. So the question should be, if you're looking at this for the first time, well, why are these stocks showing up? Well, here's why. So let me just see if when this race finishes, let's see if this one holds on. If either of these two hold on, you're going to see it. One of them is going to get added to the top 10. It'll be the 10th. And race is over. So you can see that JCSC won, and so that's why now it's in the 10th. So I'm answering your question right now. AEE, yeah, I mean, I like the race, but I'm concentrating on this scan right here a lot right now. This 10-day daily breakout. So why are these stocks showing up? First of all, let me see what's happening with ALKT. Okay, so I'm going to put a price alert where we got that alert, which is right at the high here, and see if later on in the day, maybe it takes out that high again. So these stocks are showing up because if I right click on this race, open the top list window is one of the options. So I open it, and this is all races start from a top list window. Notice what happens when I right click on this top list window, launch real-time stock race. So hopefully this is now starting to make sense. If you create your own top list window with your own set of parameters, you can run the race based on that. Give me one moment. So why are these stocks showing up in here? Well, this is what I'm using for my parameters. If I right click on it, configure, and then summary. So what I want to see is stocks between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see. Okay, that's why I'm saying you can create your own top list with the symbols that you would like to see. Now, before we had races, and even now, I mean, you can still use a top list window in this fashion. As long as you have a column header, you can sort on any column header you have. So for instance, that C%, that is a change from Friday's close. If I double left click on it rapidly, it's telling me the GNPX is up 178%, Vivi is 175%, etc., all the way down. If I want to see the stock that's up the most from its opening trade of the day, I have that. Oh, that's that 0% change, or 0% change from the open. If I double left click, GNPX is also at the top here, 109%. Divi also at the top, 56%. So, I mean, it's interesting information to have, and that would always was a classic question. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Okay, based on my price range and all that. But give me a moment. Let me get it one more time here. Okay, so now a lot of people. The question a lot of people have is, well, I don't want to see the stocks that are near the high of the day. I want to see something that's starting to move, just starting to move, perhaps. That's how you can. That's how you can get or use the race. Okay. See, the race doesn't care whether a stock is way down in the bottom here of that list or at the top. It doesn't care. All it cares about is what stock. Look at the bivy. What stock is moved now? I know bivy happens to be at the top here, but all it cares about is what stock is moving in this big list of stocks the most since the race started. That's all it cares about. For instance, what if MOLN, which is up, 29% from Friday's close, what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it was up 30%, 35%, 40%, really moving up this list? Well, how could you ever possibly see that, right? Okay. How could you ever possibly see it? Because it could be another stock in this list. Well, that's what the race does. Because again, the race doesn't care where it is on this list as long as it's the stock that's moving the most in this list percentage wise. Okay. So that's why you could even click on any one of these that have won a race and take a look. What is it doing? There's the VWAP 279. That's a little bit under. If you're kind of a VWAP player or a pullback player, you could be looking at this and going, what if it takes out the VWAP at 279? Maybe I should put a price alert there. Or maybe you've got a moving average, on whatever time frame you're using. Maybe it's coming into that moving average. And that might be your style of trading. Or and you don't have to wait for an alert for a stock to win a race before you click on it. Click on it at the high here. This one, this top wealth group, this one a real active one. Maybe it's setting up the way you like to trade. Click on Lissy, LICY. Maybe it's setting up the way you like to trade. There's all sorts of different trading styles, of course. Now, the other thing I just want to point out, though, if you're kind of new to trading, what I would do is probably maybe concentrate on a race more like this. Notice there's a top 10 list also created. The reason I say this one, because notice that, I mean, this is actually a pretty big percentage move for this race, 1.49% for OKLO. Usually we don't get anything over 1%, whereas in this race, you can get some really wild percentage moves. So why? What's the big difference? Because I added two filters to this race. Watch this, open the top list. See, much smaller list than this one, right? Why? Because if I right click on configure, here are two filters that I added. The market cap has to be at least 500 million and the float has to be at least 50 million. Okay. So based on just adding these two filters, you're just not going to get as big a list of stocks. But that means typically these are just less volatile than this. Okay. I mean, it's fun to trade these if you're on the right side, not so much when they really move down on you. Okay. Okay. Is there a way to get free float versus float? What do you mean by free float exactly, Michael? We have the float, and then we have the shares outstanding. So I don't know what you mean by the free float versus the float. I saw this in the pre-market guys. SASR. This is actually an earnings play. Very few earnings plays today, but this is an earnings play. Well, basically, what you're really describing is the float, Michael. That is the float. Okay, that is the float. Taking insiders, making the shares outstanding, subtracting what the insiders and institutional own. That is the float. So, well, it is possible because we do have both those. So if I look here, just give me one moment. Okay, well, Michael, then I don't know what the difference is between free float and float. All I know is the float. Take the shares outstanding, subtract the institutional, and so we then would not have anything that's called free float. Okay. Well, I just don't know. We have float, which to me is we don't have. If there is another data point that is free float, we don't have it. Okay. So but we do have. Well, obviously we do have a float, and we do have market cap. So you can create a custom formula, dividing it if you want. Okay, there's the market cap. If you want, you know how to create a custom formula, right? That's what I, yeah. PJ's saying the same thing in the main room, Michael. It's the same thing. Free float and float are the same. Maybe maybe for some reason, people call it the free float versus the float. But anyway, all we have is float. Okay, I think that's all you need is what we have for the float. Why does it? But why do you think that's going to help you, Michael? I mean, why do you think that's going to help you trading if you divide the float by the market cap? Or yeah, why do you think that's going to help you? I mean, I'm just curious. I mean, go ahead and do it, but I don't know how that's going to help you exactly to trade. But okay, IB, so create a top list. Does it update? Yes, it updates with new stocks automatically as long as I thought that giant list of stocks that you saw from my top list, and it's just all it's doing again is just looking at this top list window, and whatever stock in this huge list of stocks is moving the most. Right now, it's GNPX, 16%. It's going to be at the top. It's going to be in sort of call it a top 10 right now. But yes, I guess to answer your question, yes. Well, we have float turnover. We have float turnover, Michael. Like I'm not sure. I don't think you have to get too complicated with it. We actually have a filter for float turnover. Okay, right here. Okay, well, then we don't, then that free float, then we don't, I mean, we just subtract insiders and, any large mutual funds, et cetera, institutional. I think that's all you really need. But anyway, we do have the float turnover too, though. Okay, float turnover right there. Come on, ATYR. Yeah, I mean, this is not I'm gonna say it's not exciting, but it's moving a little bit for me. Wait, a little bit more now. Ooh, did I miss this one? So there's GNPX, 150. Now, if you're wondering, well, why wouldn't I get an alert here? Because remember, it's going to take up the high of the day. How about the Q, 174? What did it do? Okay, so it did not. I always have to look left, guys, to see where could these things go on a monthly chart. So on a monthly chart, this has room to about 225. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course. Actually, I'm wrong. 179 is the next high in the monthly chart. 179. So consequently, it's really, look what it got to today, right to 177. So that stalled it. Let's put an alert around 180 and see if it takes it out later. Don't be sorry, Michael. I would just sort of try to uncomplicate things, though. Some of the, I just would uncomplicate things. And there's nothing wrong with trying new ideas, I suppose, but I personally would just try to uncomplicate things. And let's take a look now at ALKT. Did it move 38? No, 38.76. So it's still underneath that. Oof, it didn't take the GNPX. So let's see. Now on the weekly chart, the next high is, see, to me, it looks like it could stall at 187. Okay, could stall. That's the next high on the weekly chart, or 189, 190. I mean, I suppose, I mean, if you took it right now and it got up to 190, that'd be great, but I don't see things that way. I always think that, others are looking at that and they'll start bailing before. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Now I may really regret this not being in the GNPX. And it just got halted now. Just got halted. Let's see where it could open. Now, again, I may really regret this. Okay, so GNPX just got halted. So flashing this blue screen. Oops, wrong one. There we go. So you don't see the symbol, but it is GNPX. Okay, so it's halted at 172. Again, no big clue where this is going to open. 173. So now, again, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. If you've got IB, it's real simple. Time and sales, Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, I've had enough of the ATYR. Took another little loss on it. You know, I mean, maybe if later on it gets over 350, but I had a little bit of a profit in it, but it's just not. I thought really this was going to get it running, but okay, guys, let's see now. See if there's anything. How about the Q? What's Q doing? All right, it's a little bit interesting, maybe. CUE. Let's take a look at CUE on a monthly chart now. And I think I went through this exercise, isn't I? Yeah, 225. Ah, that's right. It went through this exercise. So yeah, the next high has to get over 180 for me to even take a look at it. That's the CUE. It's not a low float, like big move, 42%. I don't see any news on it. Okay, now I see this NUWE is yeah, doing this on the monthly chart. The monthly chart, the next high is 318. Let me bring up weekly, see if there's anything closer. Yes, there is. So 290. This has got room. NUWE, obviously, look left. It's got some room on a monthly chart to keep moving. Very low float, 1.38. Chase sequence now, though, or mode now. So I'm not going to take this, but look at the volume that's coming in. This is not on the 10-day daily breakout. Could show up though. The reason being is that the reason we don't you don't get too many in the 10-day daily breakout, one filter, and that's the relative volume filter. The relative volume's got to be at least 8. So look at this one, 7.39. Now you could say, well, why don't you just reduce it then so you can pick this up? I could do that. And seven main, reducing it to 7 or 6 will not probably be the end of the world. But the problem is you may get a lot more in here than we really want to see. Okay. And I almost guarantee that tomorrow this will be a lot more full because we'll be in earnings season for a lot of earnings plays. And typically wow, look at that EH. Mentioned this one earlier on. This is I mean, this is China, and it's has nothing to do with what KWeb was doing. KWeb, I don't know if KWeb is even positive yet. Not no. So EH, I don't know what the news is on EH. Obviously, something's happening with EH. All right. Can close my eyes on this one. Yeah, look at that. GNPX. Well, there's your high right there, 190. What did it get to? Got up to 185. So will that stall it or will it get through that? And then, two, the whole number of two could be tough to get through. Now, typically in this scan, we don't get too many later on. Okay. Not saying we won't get any, but typically it can be active in the first hour. And then that's about it. Because if a stock is going to make a 10-day daily break, usually it's going to happen fairly soon. So it's halted now again on the way down. Yes. So you see how that stalled. So GNPX was now halted on the way down, but you can see exactly where it stalled, right at that high there, and within a couple of pennies of that. Well, this one's been fairly active, also, guys. QUBT fairly active in these past days. Looks like it's really trying to hold over a dollar now. I mean, Q is inching its way up. I'd love to see if some of these had some news, but I don't see any news on CUE. Yeah, what a dog this turned out to be, the SYTA. As did the Lumen. Man, oh man. I mean, that all the hype in the pre-market for this one went up to 826 or so. And I'm going to deal with Meta. And then look at this. It's actually gone negative now, and that is LUMN. GRI, and watch now for a red to green move, okay? From Paula in our YouTube room. All right. Well, Q is making a little bit of a move here. CUE. No, sorry. So good question. It's all when you create your race. Notice how my race starts immediately. Okay, when the race is over, the race starts immediately. The next one starts immediately. So that's all in your setup. Let me um, let me duplicate this one. Okay, just to show you. Remember now. You can go to the guide. First of all, before I do this, because I think you should have a reference. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, talking to AEE in our YouTube room. So if you go to my homepage, click on the link, scroll down till you get to the education section here. Sorry, my computer going a little crazy. Click on the user guide, and you will see there's a whole section on stock racing. Okay, so I'll show you how you can do it, but you should have a reference, and there it is. So I'm going to duplicate this window because I want to lose all my. So notice here, I'm going to stop the race by hitting the square, right click, show race setup. And you see auto rerun is one of the options, auto rerun. And I've checked it and I start my race at 9:30. You can start your race when you open your, when you log into Trade Ideas. So if it's pre-market, if you want the race to run in the pre-market, I like my race to start at 9:30, but it's up to you. Okay, but that's what you want to check. Auto rerun. I would say that is it should almost be the default. Okay. Well, GNPX, it might have been halted on the way down, but it is moving higher. And again, I'm probably going to regret not taking this one, but c'est la vie. There it is, 190, guys. 190. It's right at 190. It's not halted right now. So, just again, another general statement about the races. The nice thing about the races is it creates a top 10 list for you to watch all day long if you want to. Whatever race you create, here's a top 10 list. You can watch it all day long. So, if you're kind of new to trading or you just want a little more focus on something, well, you just let the race automatically create a watch list for you for the day. Okay, guys, sorry, I was watching that Q. It did pull back. I don't know. Maybe these cheaper ones later on in the day. I kind of like them, but so Q, the alert was at 174. That's a pretty big pullback. I mean, this one could get interesting later on in the day, guys. ALKT, I have an alert set up at that 38, 70, 76 area. That's where we had the alert for the 10-day daily breakout. This is the most expensive one in that list. and it's still kind of holding around, hanging around. 37.99 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. Look what it did. It got kind of into it. And notice that the ALKT is winning a race right now, leading not much. I mean, 0.29%. See, this is what I mean. Look at the difference, okay? This is up. This is moved the most in this race, this larger cap race. Look at Q. So if you're talking about AEE, if you're talking about the percentages you see here, that's the so since the race started almost 3 minutes ago, Q has moved 9% since the race started. That's what the percentage mean. Okay, that's why. So this is leading the race. It's moved 10% since the race started. Of course, if it pulls back, that percent will start to drop. Okay. Oh my goodness. Wow, this turned out to be an awesome one that I'm not in. GNPX. And this is why I like the don't repeat, because I can kind of go back in time and say, well, what happened? What happened from the original alert? What did it do? So you can see now that GNPX has won 10 races. But it is, look at that. I mean, what did it get up to? It got up to 204, and it's pulled all the way back down to 178. That's a pretty big percentage drop. And it just got halted on the way down. So very volatile. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:08. So yeah, things have slowed down for me a little bit. Market is still doing its move down from the highs here, 585, 581 now. All right, guys. So Bivy on the move again here, guys. BIVI on the move again. So let's see what a sort of a pullback it had to anything to any interesting level. 527 is the VWAP, so it's way above it. Probably didn't get too close. Not really. Still hanging over the 200-day moving average, which is 561. So it's still hanging over the 200-day moving average. All right. So STSS on the move here, guys. However, look left. To me, there's a ton of resistance on that daily chart for STSS. Looking left, lots of action, not that far away. Look at the weekly chart, the same thing. Okay, AEE with another E. Did that answer your question regarding the percent that you're seeing in the race? Okay, guys, ALKT may be trying to move a little bit here. ALKT. Interesting. You can see one, two, three, almost four times at that price up here, which is basically the high of the day for ALKT. Okay, so what I forgot to do is take a look at a monthly chart. Maybe I did look and I didn't see any. Yeah, I did do. Yeah, I actually did. So back in May of 2021, that's the net. Wow, next high is $48. So I mean, obviously there is some room for ALKT if you look at a monthly chart. Okay. Boy, GNPX has been all over the place. Now I think it just got no, it got halted again. Okay, it's I mean on the way down a little bit. Yeah, boy, the SCSS, look at the move it just made, guys. Did not take this one. Wow. You know, mentioned it right here at 320, and it popped all the way up to what, 372. Remember, I thought all this would block it. Again, just because what I think might happen doesn't absolutely mean it's going to happen. Look at that. Don't see any news on this one. Okay, give me one moment, please. Tiger, I haven't seen Tiger at all today. Is it doing its thing, not caring what K Web is doing? Still negative, just like K Web. It's the EH that really, I don't see any news on this one. I mean, it's finally pulled back, but I mean, it's up 8%. China market is not doing the same thing at all. So I don't know what the heck happened here. Don't see any news on it. Guys, give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, what is the float on this thing? 55 million for ALKT. Certainly not high, not low. It's just kind of boring. 11 times normal volume. I get that, but it's kind of boring. It just doesn't want to really break out of this. But you can, man. I mean, look at the let's call it the potential energy that's been building up on this, yeah, ALKT. Look at the 15-minute chart. Look at the five. Whoa, Canada Goose. Canada Goose. Look at this. Just getting, you know what? I mean, it pains me to say this, but I mean, yeah, I mean, nobody cares about Canada Goose anymore. I mean, you would think that now, as winter is approaching in Canada, that we'd see a lot more action with Canada Goose, but nope. Canada Goose cut to sell at Goldman Sachs. Less attractive risk reward and cut to $9 a share from 11.50 by Goldman Sachs. Hmm. Oh well. All right, guys. 11:20. So I have another 40 minutes or so. Things have really slowed down now for me. A lot, mainly because I'm just trying to concentrate on the 10-day daily breakouts. I'm not really that interested in anything else. Just kind of concentrating on these 10-day daily breakouts and seeing, if they're trying to set up again in another way. But I don't want to lose sight of the ALKT in case if it can break through in 39. I mean, it could get rolling. Bit of a spread issue, 58.81. That's kind of preventing me from even dabbling in it right now. I mean, it's not a terrible, terrible spread for a $38 stock, but it's just kind of keeping me out of it right now. Save continues, guys, on their extension, I guess, of whatever they're trying to do, a debt refinancing. This is the news they've got. Extension to December, sometime until December 23rd. Nice Christmas present, maybe for them, or not. Saw this one in the pre-market, didn't really pay that much attention to it, but VSEE. So it just took a look at the volume, it just coming in, showing up on my momentum scanner. And the next high looking left is 278. So there's certainly some room. Volume, look at the volume coming in. Oh man, GNPX guys halted again on the way up. So this is not giving it up yet at all. After all those halts, especially the ones on the way down, we thought, okay, lots and lots of profit taking. But look at the volume. I still, anybody know any news on this one? I don't see any news at all. I'm just looking at my headline news in Interactive Brokers, and all it's doing is just telling me all the halts and everything. But I see no. Well, let me back up. Maybe there is some news. Nope, I see no news. I mean, we had some, on the 15th, but I'm talking today. But look at the volume, 154 million shares have traded. And this stock was a stock that last week, oh man, last week the low was 28 cents. Well, let's take a look at the overall market. So we know the SPY is down. The Dow is down, a fair amount. Nas is down, not as much as the Dow. So little bit of a disconnect in on sort of looking at the value versus the growth stocks in terms of who's down the most. But was that today, Papa J? Was that today? Well, I recently announced, but I don't see that today. Was that today? All right. Wonder why IB is not picking that up. Well, I also see that on the 15th. Okay, you're basically it looks the same thing. They're just repeating it. Then I guess, Papa. Okay, that on the 15th, approval to advance the highest dose group, etc. That was on the 15th. Well, they may not be late. They may be just rehashing it. They may have had it on the 15th also, but maybe they're just rehashing it. Well, let's see if WRBY can get over 1715 or so, right around this area here. If it does, the high today was around 1740. Pre-market high though is a little higher, I believe, 1755. All right, what did it do? Did it take out two again? I mean, if it takes out two again, guys, this could rip again. I mean, the high up here is 204 or so, and the high right there is 190. Back this out again onto a monthly chart and see where it could go. And I think we saw that the high, just give me a moment. Yeah, the high in the monthly chart is 350. Okay, so there is obviously on a monthly chart, there's room for GNPX if it wants to. All right, guys, I'm not seeing too much. There's a gap up and reverse TV. Wow, gapped up and really reverse TVTX. Let me bring back my my weekly chart. I think this has got some room underneath. A little bit of room underneath. 16. Wow, a lot of room underneath if it wants to. Okay, 1608 or so, 16 or so is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. So we're talking over $1.50. Tell you guys, it cracks two again. I mean, 205, 205 with that float, 2.5 million in the float. It really, in fact, I better put my price alert up in that area. And you can see it's leading a race up 25% since the start of the race. Okay, now did just show up on in that scan, but when I look left, okay, in the scan, I'm talking about the 10-day daily breakout. Now, when I look left, though, look what I see, or look what you can see. Hopefully, you can see my weekly chart. Look left. To me, there's just too much resistance looking left on that weekly chart. So, consequently, I will not take that trade. Now, look what happened, with the GNPX when it just popped right through. What I considered it was going to be not no what actually was another one. But anyway, doesn't mean it's going to stall here, but my style of trading, I just won't take the trade if I see a lot of what I consider some potential resistance not that far away on the weekly or the daily. So I'm not going to take the trade. And I may not do it. Okay, GNPX just got halted again on the way down. All right, guys. Well, listen, things have really slowed down for me now. I'm getting the odd alert here, but nothing that I really want to trade. So I don't typically do this, but I think I'll well, wait a minute, VC. Put myself on mute for a bit. If you have a question, ask. Because right now I'm not seeing too much, but the VC, VSEE, there, 282 is the next high. Okay, I see a couple of silver plays though. PAAS, precious metal plays. PAAS. This is taking a little bit of a move here. I see HMY, gold play. HMY, a little over the whole number. HMY. I see SILV. So there are some, I'm just seeing these in this race right here. Okay. I think MAG is also a precious metal play. Silver, silver. So we've got one Gold Fields International. So gold and silver must be racing up a bit. Okay, so as I said, I think I'll just put myself on mute. And if there's a question, I'll hop back on. Or if there's something interesting, I'll hop back on. But right now, I think I'll just put myself on mute. All right. Well, there's Warby now. WRBY. I mean, the high yesterday was or today was 1744. So there's a little bit of room. All right. Well, I do see now that VSEE is also now showing up in the 10-day daily breakout, but I mean, you've got that 282 right there. It's not that far away. I mean, it's far enough away if you get in at 250 and it gets up there. I get it, but all right, forget about ALKT. It's starting to drift down. So that doesn't look like it's going to take out that high around 39. So forget about that one. Okay, guys, listen, I have to, I'm in a bit of an email thing here now, so I'm going to put myself on mute for sure. Okay, guys, I'm back. What I'm going to do now is, time is it now? 11:53. I'm expecting Michael. Michael will be in today, not Chris. Okay, in our YouTube room. So what I'm going to do is just put the YouTube link into the main room, so you guys can head over and listen to Michael for his 1 hour. Okay, and I'll get rid of that announcement. I put the announcement that I use when I get on a break. And again, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. He's not there yet, but I just want to be prepared. Well, this is turning into be a bit of a nonsensical one, isn't it? Now, up, down, halt up, halt down, and there's the GNPX again. Could be one of those ones, though, guys. Believe it or not, later on in the day, if it takes out two, could be one that could have a big breakout again. I know it's up 262%. Guys, I'll be doing. I'm actually going to do a reboot of my system. Okay. Um, Usually do this between 12 and 1. So I'm going to get a new top 10 list for the afternoon for both of the scans. I did see this one in the pre-market, the JCSE China stock, Singapore stock, excuse me. Probably a low float. Don't even have can't see the float information actually. And just starting to explode a little bit here now. Volume is coming in. We're talking about the JCSE. IVP, I haven't seen IVP anywhere, I don't think. You guys have been talking about IVP. I don't think I've seen it. Is it under $1? Is that the reason? That's the reason. Now, gotta watch it tomorrow. I mean, look what happened to GNPX. The low was 25 cents last week, I think. So I guess we have to watch it tomorrow just to see if it takes out $1 and has a run. I mean, the high, I mean, there's a high over here of 330. I mean, there are other highs it's got to take out first, but in fact, yeah, there's $1.47. Yeah, if it takes out $1, I'll stick a price alert. Probably won't do it today. It may not ever do it, but I'll put a price alert about $1.02 for that one and see if it takes it out maybe tomorrow. Maybe it takes it out today. Yeah, 139 million it's crazy, isn't it? Up 200%. I don't see any news. Excuse me. I mean, I see news on the 15th, filing of 8K, entry into a definitive agreement to do something. Oh, okay. So public, okay. So they're raising $6 million, it looks like, at a dollar. So it's below. That's interesting. Well, no, that's typical, below the offering price. All right, guys. So I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. And this one has had a history, in the past. I mean, I don't think the GNPX did anything like this, but this in the past, it did get up to 10 something, 1021 or so. I do remember this. And this is, I thought maybe it was an IPO back here, but nope. You know what? I think this went up. Yeah, I remember this now. You know why this went up when, well, what's his name? Roaring Kitty or whatever said something about Chewy. And so a lot of these stocks that had anything to do with pets took this jump. I think that was the reason. No other reason. There he is. Okay, guys, I just heard a little pop, so that should mean that Michael Noss is in our YouTube room now. So I'm going to put myself on mute right now. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now we've done the old switcheroo, Michael. So you and Chris are switching now Mondays for a while.
Yes. Just give me 1 second. Sorry. After the last 2 weeks snafu, I had to reset my computer. So I just got to give it permission to share my screen. So I'll be back in like less than 1 second.
Okay. And there you are again.
That was probably more than 1 second, but
it was probably more, but actually you sound better too.
Oh, good. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what happened. All I know is that
it happened.
It happened.
That's all you know. It happened.
And nothing was working out too well for me. So I restarted everything and reformatted it as if it was a brand new computer, and it's good. It's just right. It's like all of these. Hey, do you really want to let Chrome look into your life? So you have to just yes. And
it's interesting. I have no idea if Edge is any better in that regard, but I have completely switched over to Edge now for everything. I have no idea. I just like the look of it better, and there are certain things that I wasn't, from a privacy point of view, I have no idea what the difference is between Chrome and Edge. But whoops, something's fell.
Yes, sorry.
Hang on, people.
Okay. All right. Edge and Chrome are built off the same base, the same engine behind them. But yeah, I like anything. So I'm a Mac guy, and I use Safari, which is Mac's browser, because anything that's built by the person that made your operating system probably is going to be like smoother than like a third party type of thing. So yeah, I use that. So that probably makes perfect sense. But yes, me and Chris are switching for the foreseeable future, just so I can do more parenting stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, Michael, I'll let you go now. I'll see you in about an hour then.
Alrighty then.
Spelling me as always. So see you in about an hour.
All right. Have a good one.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Bye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I guess since it's a new day, I'll say hello. Some of you guys may not know me, but my name is Michael Noss. I've been using Tradius since 2006 and currently a consultant over here at Trade Ideas. So, as always, we open up the time for some much needed time off for Barry. We give him a little bit of chance to stretch his legs and do all of that. Drink 47 beers in a row, which is always my guess of what he does. And we open up to some live Q&A, right? So I will be here for the next hour. Make sure you're reaching out. You're asking any questions you may have about trade ideas or trading in general. Something that we do that I think is good is we're here, right? This is not Steve. This is Michael, and Michael is a CMT, a chartered market technician. Wolf. So what about that little Bitcoin rug pull we had there? Bitcoin was looking great Sunday night and then just fell, right? Whereas Barry is not here right now. He is eating his lunch currently. Yeah, iBit is a good way just to kind of use Bitcoin as a proxy, and it was looking good. Everyone's waiting for it to break out of this channel that we've been in for what seems like forever on Bitcoin. And it keeps getting up there and then just keeps rug pulling people, right? You can see it happen back here and then over here and then back over here. I own, just full disclosure, always, I own a little bit of Bitcoin, but yeah, it's been hard to time this for sure if you're trying to do it on a shorter term time frame. But this popping up against this high, and it looks like it might be trying to reverse now. But yeah, that rug pull was nasty for sure. What was my path to becoming a CMT? Well, it was one of those, to be honest. A lot of my trader friends on Twitter just end up having a lot of CMTs pop up in their description. Guys like Brian Shannon, who's a friend of mine, and JC, this friend of mine from All Star Charts, and I started to see more and more. So I actually just messaged them. I said, "What's this CMT thing all about?" And it ended up being really interesting, right? There's one, if you're looking for a career in technical analysis, I would highly recommend it because it is the only kind of certified governing body on, to make sure people are qualified. However, even just for street cred, I guess, there's a big level to say, hey, a CMT, if you see someone with this CMT moniker on social media or writing articles or whatever it is, it means that they have at least studied the market and studied technical analysis for 3+ years. They've studied it from the source, right? They've read Charles Dow's papers. They've learned all of the ins and outs and all of that, and they had to both write tests to prove their knowledge. And another part of becoming a CMT is you have to get vouched for by other CMTs. So you have to have other CMTs that either know you and know your work, or you can submit your work via a essay or something like that and say, hey, can you look at what I do from the technical analysis world? I kind of want to be led into this. So it does a lot of accreditation and making sure that, because anyone can open up a chart and draw some lines on the chart and say, hey, right, this is what you should do, right? It's very, very simple. Just like in theory, anyone can open up a balance sheet and say, oh, look, their earnings are going up, therefore that's a good thing. but you look at it for a CFA to say, okay, this person knows this financial analysis part of it. And the CMT is okay, well, they know the technical part of it. So, you know, if your goal is just to, I just want to trade, I still think it's a good idea to take, because one thing that I really liked about it is that it exposed me to different things in the technical analysis framework that I hadn't really explored before. So, for me, it's made me more interested in systematic and quantitative and algorithmic style trading, which I do more and more of. The Because it just opened up that world to me. It was something that I had looked at and I had done a little bit in the past, and just kind of said, I don't think this is for me. But then, getting exposed to it became way more interesting. But it's not going to just make you a good trader being a CMT, but the career path or just the notoriety of doing it, I think it's a good idea. And as just someone who loves educating themselves and does a lot of reading and things like that anyway, I think it makes sense just to do anyway, right? Yes, it seems like an interesting career path. How would you start in 2024 to get that technical experience? I'm transitioning to the finance and trading. I'm an engineer. I would just take the CMT. I don't think, especially with level one, I really don't think that level one, I think pretty much anybody, if you're in this room, you could probably pass level one with a very reasonable amount of study. In level one, they're talking about identification, trend lines, some basic indicators, history, this kind of thing. I would highly recommend the Optuma course. Uh, it's a video course where the owner of that particular software takes you through the entire course and teaches you lessons as if it was a university lecture. There is sample exams which mirror the actual exams very closely, and I just get into it. And at the same time, while you're doing that, in order to get the sponsored side of things, I would start writing about or tweeting or whatever. Start writing about your technical experience, and just start writing about chart analysis that you're doing and what you're learning in the CMT and all that. And you'll naturally gain a couple followers, and there'll be a few CMTs in there. So when the time comes, you can get certified. But that to me is the easiest part, because you can always just submit your work to they have a email address and a panel of, hey, if you don't know anyone and you don't have any sponsors, just put in your work here and people will read it, and if they like it, they'll sponsor you. The main reason for sponsorship is to make sure that we're not letting in Lambo dudes, right? Guys, oh, I made $1 billion and I just buy my thing. And look, I got this thing and it just prints money and I don't have to do anything, like that kind of stuff. They're trying to limit that as well. Um, yeah, so I just get into it. I'd grab a level one course and pop right in. I don't think, again, highly, highly, highly recommend the Optuma course, because I'm someone who I don't learn well by reading. I learn well by watching instruction, and this was very good video instruction. So for me personally, it worked. It worked great, and I really like the sample exams because, again, I have dyslexia, pretty serious dyslexia. So reading isn't my thing, but I want to get taught the thing, and then I want to have exams to practice doing the thing. So that's how I'd get into it. And then just get into the world, right? Start charting things, throwing out your charts into the world, you know, start writing about your experience, about things that you learn, all that. Eventually you'll get enough social connections that, again, the writing part of it will be easy, right? How long to take the CMT course? I think the fastest you can possibly do it would be 2 years if you did everything back to back to back to back to back. Um, I think that'd be the fastest you could do it. I think most people take 2.5 years or so. Uh, 3 years, I think I heard, was close to an average as well. But yeah, if you really, really hammered into it, then then yeah, I think it's going to be a year and a half to 2 years would be like, right, the very hardest. Ethereum is very interesting. It's outperforming Bitcoin on this pullback and this breakout. So that's very interesting. Uh, do I use Fivers for Forex? Yes, I use a couple prop firms for Forex. Um, yeah, so I trade Forex. I do a couple prop firms. I am attempting to pass the trade the pool challenge fully quantitatively. No luck yet. Full disclosure. I'm still working on the system. So I'm working with Dave. You can check out me and Dave's podcast, who was CTO for Trade Ideas, called Line Your Own Pockets. Definitely check that out. It's on YouTube. It's on all the podcast networks. Yeah, the deeper I get into the completely systematic trading world, the more I want to expand that out. So I'm expanding it out to Forex. I'm expanding it out to intraday trading with Trade the Pool, and it's a different learning experience for me. Because for me, for those who know and have followed me, I'm a swing trader. I have been over the last couple of years systematizing that swing trading as well, um, and that's going well. And I'm very happy with what's happening there. So I kind of go from there, right? So uh, would studying Edwards and McGee TA be a good alternative? I would just read Edwards and McGee. It's a great book on technical analysis. If you're not looking for the CMT for either the notoriety or the career experience, yeah, I would just start reading technical analysis book, right? Brian Shannon's technical analysis using multiple time frames is a good one. Yeah, Edwards and McGee, William O'Neill, the Market Wizards books. Yeah, if you just want to learn, then just nothing beats old school, just reading books. Optuma CMT level 1. Optuma. There it is. Yeah, this Optuma course. Put that over there. I just recommend that. Again, for me, because I'm a I just can't. I'm the kind of guy who could read a chapter of a book and not retain any of the knowledge at all. It's just not the way my brain functions. I think part of it is the dyslexia and things like that. It's just not. It's not my talent, right? I do better. Like I want someone to explain it to me, to read it to me, uh, and present it to me, and then I want to get in there and do hands-on work. So what that course does is very, very good with the having someone present it to you, but then also the hands-on work. There's modules inside the platform that you can use, and then I'm just one that I found sample tests very, very useful, because I think they give you 3 or 4 sample exams per level. So what I did is, when I was studying it, I timed those out, where the maybe 3 weeks before the exam, I did one of the sample exams, and I treated it like a real exam. Right, went into a room, no computer access, all that. And I did the exam, and then it gives you, these are the chapters or the sections that you're doing well on. These are the sections you're doing poor on. Then, you focus on the ones you're doing poor on, you go back and you repeat that process. So you kind of gives you a good way to hone that exam prep time, and to make sure you're focusing on what you're struggling with, and not focusing on kind of what's going on as well. Right. So, um, would I say I became profitable after my CMT journey? No, I had been trading for 20 years before I took the CMT. So again, the CMT for me was more about the name recognition, getting on. Like, I've been on a lot of it was for Trade Ideas, right? Is to add a bit of recognition to say, hey, a lot of the software is designed uh, with a CMT in mind, and with someone who not only has just been trading for a long time, but has gone through this academic pursuit as well. It has certainly made me better, right? So I've been day trading for a few years now. I want to get into more swing trading. Optuma is a good start. I again with when it comes to swing trading, I think Trade Ideas does great for that as well. It's just about finding a setup or a pattern or something that you want to then do and then test and then get better at. Um, like for example, if you checked, you mentioned Trader TV, right? This was the scan that I was talking to about on Trader TV this morning, which is just looking for stocks that are doing very well that have very high days to cover, right? This could be the premise of a trading strategy that you then just go and refine. You could say, okay, I'm going to use something like this for uh, a watch list to then look for, right? You start to kind of play with what makes these entries good versus what makes these entries poor, uh, things like that. But really anything when it comes to a swing trading point of view, it's no different from a day trading thing, right? You need to have something, you need to have a setup, and then you need to have a way to find that setup in a somewhat efficient manner. That's what you're looking for. So yeah, it's no different. Same with day trading, right? Day trading's about here's the setup that I look for, and then here's how I'm going to find that setup, and then here's how I'm going to trade that setup when I get it. Swing trading is the same way. It's like first, I would focus on that, what it is that you want to look for and what it is that you want to accomplish, and then look for things that will help with that as well, right? Michael, I'm trying to pass the trade the pool as well. So I'm thinking about Forex. Forex is less thing to focus. So the problem with Forex versus stocks is that Forex is going to be just inherently less volatile, right? But at the end of the day, it's the same thing. Where what you're doing again, just like we talked about, you're looking for a setup, and then you're looking for that setup to um, you're looking for that setup to help you continue kind of in that right direction. And the uh, you have less things to trade on Forex, which is both good and bad, right? The bad part of it is that there may be long periods of time where none of those things are doing anything interesting at all, and you need the patience and the wherewithal to not do anything for those periods of time. And for a lot of people, that's difficult. Right? The market, like the currencies, don't care if you want to place a trade today, right? It's just not interesting to them. So you have to be okay with the fact that hey, there might not be anything to do, and there might not be anything to look at. And if you're okay with that, and you've developed systems that work with that, then great. Now, if you're someone who you think would struggle on, going a couple days or a week without a trade, then the stock market's going to make more sense because there's always something going on. There's still probably days where you'd be better off sitting on your hands, but you should be able to find things easier than you would, if you're trading equities. So, one's not better and one's not worse, right? Forex, a lot of the advantage is liquidity, right? Liquidity is completely sorted when it comes to Forex. Right? There is no, uh, you don't have any liquidity issues at all. Right? There is there is no amount of size you're going to get as a retail focused trader that is going to move the European currency or the Canadian dollar or anything like that. Um, then again, the more a a currency has volume, the less efficiency there is in it. And then also, you're never going to get any massive wins in trading forex. It's not what you're going for. You're not looking to, you know, buy the euro and have it go up 20%, right? You're utilizing leverage, and you're going for very small moves that are repeatable over and over again. So different styles, different philosophies, different whatever, which is why I'm always big on systematizing everything that I do so that I don't need to sit and stare at charts all day, right? I want to develop systems for swing trading and I want to develop systems for day trading, which is what I'm working on currently. Currently have systems for um uh swing trading equities. I have some systems for forex which I'm currently working to refine to make those better. So my perfect world is that I have systems to trade tons of different markets across tons of different time frames, across right tons of different market conditions and styles. And then what happens is you end up getting a little bit of a smoother equity return because those days or weeks where nothing's happening on the forex side, hopefully your equity swing trading is doing well, or hoping your stock swing trading is doing well, or something like this, right? So eh, each system kind of balances out, but you can't do that if you're focusing very very heavily on trading, right? If you're sitting there and you're staring all day long at a chart, well, right, you can't be trading 20 things when you're doing that. So in order to trade multiple assets across multiple time frames and all that kind of stuff, you have to have systems in place, right? So we had a 30-minute bounce here in crypto. I wonder if this thing's just going to roll back over. I bet. Right. So yeah, this Bitcoin, it's gapped up and just sold. Hurt a lot of people. I still have some. I didn't take any trades off it, but I was excited. I was watching it a bit on Sunday night. I mentioned that on Trader TV as well. I got up a couple times throughout the night to check it, just because I forever have been waiting. It seems like forever. If you go to a weekly chart, this kind of congestion is happening. You can't see it on the Bitcoin ETF because they're fairly new, so there's not enough data. But this congestion is happening at crypto all-time highs. So everybody's been waiting for, when are we going to get that, right? That continuation push out of this, and crypto will hit new all-time highs, and then maybe things will get interesting. And what's happening instead is we're getting these every time it gets there, there's some dramatic sell-off after that, right? Sure, I'll trade stock on that next time or just rest. I'm also a software engineer. Yeah, so, well, as a software engineer, you'll understand the idea behind systematizing as much as you can, right? That's a lot of what software engineers do is they look at problems that currently humans are trying to cut and churn through and saying, well, how can I get systems to do this for me? And that's why we do the uh the line the pockets eat or podcast, because we're talking about all this and how we systematize. I'm not a software engineer, but yeah, it's a lot of the same thing where I'm trying to figure out how to do what I've been doing for ages, but just make it more systematic and make it more, allow systems to do it, put orders out in the market, that type of thing, right? Do you guys offer crypto trading data? Nope, we just the ETFs, just US equity data at this time. Can I talk about TI strength? Yeah, sure. So TI strength is something that I created after doing a lot of study on what they call relative rotational systems. And what that essentially means is that there are many systems out there, and this is kind of, I guess you could see what they're trying to do with the money machine on an intraday basis, I have done years ago on a swing trading or longer term investing basis. The idea is that if you come up with systems that constantly rotate your names into the strongest equities out there, that you end up outperforming the market. So if you just go through and say, I want to be in the strongest semiconductor name, I want to be in the strongest uh, software name, the strongest this, strongest that, depending on obviously how you define strength, because there's a million ways to do it. There are some ways that you can outperform the markets pretty consistently and pretty substantially over time, right? So now that we know that, right, and it's been very studied, there's a lot of ETFs and different things that do that. Um, so now that we know that just by cycling into the strongest names over time do well, well, just like we talked about, why don't we create a system that does that, and at the same time give that to users of trade ideas? So I got to work, and I worked for many months, very long hours, and tested and tweaked and changed and went through and built this system called TI Strength. And if you're a Trade Ideas subscriber, then if you're a Trade Ideas subscriber, then you have access to this. If you're not, there's also an email product called TI Strength where it will just send you the top 5 names of this. But you can find the channel if you just want to look at the channel. If you go new and doc channel bar, right? Some places it's called Swing Picks. Some places it's called TI Strength. But yeah, it's right here. And this will open up a couple things, right? One of them being this email right here that Chris is putting together now. That has all the top 5 names from last week. You can take a look at the charts. You can look at all that stuff there as well. Yeah, something's strange going on there for sure. And then yeah, it gives you this scan right here, and this is the scan that generates that system for uh, what is doing the best or doing the worst of the time. So at the very least, then you can do certain things like use it as a watch list. You can just use it as a scan and say, hey, I'm going to limit all of my scannings to the stocks that are doing the best at any given moment. I think that's something that makes absolutely perfect sense. You can go through and say, I'm going to throw everything out. I'm just going to be investing in the strongest name. You can also do things like detect themes that are happening in the market that I like. So you notice that Zim is shipping, but the rest of these are mining related names, right? So we know that gold and mining seems to be strong. So you can take that and you can kind of move from there. So the uh, idea is that we're looking for the strongest names, and then we just want to participate in those strongest names using kind of classical technical analysis or fundamental analysis, whatever you want to do. But as long as you stay focused on the strongest names and the names that are in uptrends, you can end up doing well outside the market, right? the I always say the most dangerous saying that ever came to investing was the whole buy low sell high nonsense. I think that has hurt more traders slash investors than anything else, sadly, because um, yeah, it just doesn't work, right? Buy low, sell high. If you're a value investor like Warren Buffett and you're doing the research about, this is the stock that I'm interested in, and you've done all this fundamental research and you have a value price for it, maybe. But most people, when they hear buy low, sell highs, they say, "Oh, I'm going to buy, uh, Apple because it's selling off 20%," and that's it, right? And that does, buying stocks that are doing the best. Again, we have the data does far better than buying stocks that are doing the worst, right? Yeah, I see your comment of, yeah, you can learn anything online, right? So even when it comes to systematic trading, right? I would start to employ what I do a lot when it comes to my systematic trading is I do a lot of learning from other people online. And if someone comes and say, "Hey, I have this strategy that's working very well in the market," go great. And then you take that, you test it. Right? You test it with back testing softwares. You pull down data. You kind of you do whatever you'd like. But you're right. There's a lot that exists out there when it comes to uh, there's no one out there who's just making hundreds of thousands of percents consistently a year, right? Uh, and if someone is, they're lying to you, right? So now that you kind of know, well, it's about what systems work for you, what systems work for your time frames, what system applies enough touch that you're interested, right? Some people, if somebody dumped, say, one of you guys mailed me 10 million right now, and I didn't have to pay tax or anything on it, said, "Here's $10 million." I would still be very interested in the markets. I would still do a weekly market analysis where I would go through all the different stocks and all that kind of stuff. But all my systems would probably be enter orders once a week and then spend the rest of the week doing literally anything else. Uh, some people, if you mailed them $10 million right now, would still want to sit in that chair and trade the open every day because they very much enjoy that process. So a lot, like anything, right? There's a lot of things to consider: your temperament, your time frame, your goals, your risks, all that kind of stuff. It's why it's a very, very, uh, it's a very um, individual and important kind of thing, right? Could I show? So for consolidation, so depending on time frames, just like we talked about, it's going to be a little different. But under your Market Explorer window, if you don't have one, go New Market Explorer. And if you go to the Bollinger Band section, there's a couple things. So there's a TTM squeeze scan, and what this is doing, what the TTM squeeze is essentially, it's looking at Bollinger Bands and combining those with Keltner channels, and it's just doing some fancy jazz to uh, look for stocks that are in some sort of consolidation on the daily chart. And then if you go and you do the tightest Bollinger Bands in a year, it shows you just that. Right. So if I bring up, let's get rid of all these other indicators. And we'll add in the Bollinger Bands. Again, the Bollinger Bands just measure a standard deviation uh, around a moving average. So how much does a stock move? How much is stock wiggling about, basically? So what this is doing is just looking for stocks that are the tightest that they've been in at least 1 year. And yeah, you end up getting names like, right, Duolingo here, massive push up, and now you can see the Bollinger Band starting to get tight, which is just signifying nothing but, hey, we're getting tight, we're consolidating, um, we're things are starting to squeeze. So, right, maybe we get interesting from there, right? So I checked that one up. Do you have any other live video channels? Not right now. Stay tuned. I think I might be doing some more live content on my personal YouTube soon. Maybe. Well, live content is just much more time consuming than recorded content, especially as a dad of 2-year-old and a 6-month-old. There is, I don't generally get to control too often when this house is loud or when it's quiet. So what I do a lot for my YouTube channel is I'll pick a quiet time and maybe I'll record a couple days worth of videos and then schedule them to go up. And recorded content gives me more freedom for that kind of thing, right? So the I take a moment, I say, okay, everybody's napping. Let me go record a couple days worth of content and then schedule that so that when everyone's banging their heads through walls again, I'm I don't need to be quiet. But it's always something that I'm interested in and probably something I'll look to do more in the near future. Maybe in the new year, I'll start a live once a week. I used to do, maybe this is something that I'll bring back. I used to do a Sunday evening stream in which I would dive deep into every individual markets. I would go, yeah, I would just turn on the screen. We'd open up a chart. I'd go through each individual ETF and stock and cryptocurrency and Forex that I used to scan. And it would usually take about an hour and a half, and I'd kind of answer questions and rant as I would go. And I may bring that back. That was fun. I kind of miss that. Sunday night, you'd wait till the futures open. You'd grab yourself a beer, and just calmly sit down, listen to some music, and go through a bunch of charts. So maybe in the New Year's, I have to consult with the boss, and by the boss, I mean the wife. I don't know of any current other than the codes that are out there currently, like the one that Barry shares. Uh, if you're waiting for a code, I'd say tune to your email. Right, we'll obviously email you if something happens. You should. You're good explaining stuff. Thanks. I appreciate it. I enjoy the teaching side of things. I enjoy the communication side of things. Why I do a lot of what I do. If you take a look at the YouTube channel here on Trade Ideas, right, it's a lot of my mug as well. I enjoy that side of things, and it's one of the benefits of being a systematic trader. Is there's a lot of time spent that has downtime in your trading. If you're someone who's very discretionary and you're looking at these low float stocks like Barry does, you have to focus kind of very intently on that. If you're more systematic, then you don't have to. Again, not saying one's good, one's bad. It's just different. It's different skill types, different skill sets that will work in different ways, right? I do not have the attention span or the discipline that Barry does to do what Barry does. And I've tried. It's about, knowing thyself. If I am here, I will do dumb stuff. So I found that I trade better when I'm not trading, that I trade better when I'm kind of just setting out orders and letting the system handle them. Because I'm better at formulating ideas. I'm better at long-term analysis. I'm better at different things like that. So yeah, my focus is more on that kind of longer term side of things. Like this NIH or NHI, I just got triggered in some long for an order that I put off the open. Like I put this order in Sunday night actually, and I just got dinged here. So that's why I brought it up, because I just saw it on my other monitor. Said, "Hey, you're along this thing. Go take a look." Just off a system that I'm running, something that is looking for pullbacks on very strong names. I always like big charts. And basic idea behind this was we have this big consolidation right here. This thing has just been a beast from $50 to $90, and this is a healthcare investor company. I think this isn't some fly by night craziness. Looking to buy it as it comes back in to this level right here as just a pullback buy. So again, I can do all this work on the weekends. I can scan through all the charts on the weekends. I can set out all my orders on the weekends. I can kind of let all that go. And then I just let the market do its dance, do its thing. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do with the day trading, except it's more of a daily endeavor in which each day I run, here's all the setups that I think could trigger and that are interesting to me. And I run all of those the morning. I set all of my orders out and then walk away until the close. That's the process I'm currently working on trying to refine. And to be honest, I'm enjoying the process of it. It's not working. I've been honest about that, right? It's not. I'm not. It doesn't look like this is. I think my third or fourth attempt would trade the pool. It doesn't look like I'm going to pass this one either. But it's uh, getting better. And again, it's the process of build something, refine, build something, refine, build something, refine kind of thing, right? Yes, I think I need to create a simple systems of trade. I don't think I'm ready for day trading. Well, yeah, again, it's one of those the again, not everybody has to day trade. And that's one thing I'll like it's there's appeal to it. The benefit of it is that you're turning over your capital very quickly. So there's benefits to that as well. But if you're someone who doesn't have the time commitment, things like that, then again, like me, you have to systematize it, right? So if I stumble across anything that ends up working, I'll certainly share it with you. But yeah, my idea has been use the trade ideas backtester and use other forms of backtesting to come up with systems that seem to work over time, and then try to apply those. Now, when it comes to doing something like the trade the pool challenge, there's a couple issues that I'm working around. One of them is you have a daily stop loss. So that was a consideration. And then you also have a time limit, right? So you only have 45 days to do it. If that time limit was removed, life becomes a lot easier because need to worry about um, I don't need to worry about sizing up enough that I can pass in an X amount of time. If I had no time limit, then it would be simply finding something with any kind of an edge and doing that edge for any given time, right? So, um, but yes, I think a lot of people, if you're not going to pursue the low float crazy stuff, like you're not looking to trade like a drug, this kind of craziness, I think there's a lot that can be done by simply putting out orders on the open and then having those orders attach stop losses and or take profits, that kind of thing on them, and then just walking away, right? Um, I think there's a lot that can be done with that, and that's what I'm trying to do, right? Because I'm trying to fit it into my life without taking too much time. Speaking of your boss, I remember when you made videos teaching your wife about trading through presentations and platform. Great things start small. Oh yes, the I remember that back to basics series I did with my wife. I've always gotten a lot of good feedback on that, and I'm glad that it helps people. The advantage of doing something like that was speaking to someone with no experience in the markets. I think helps because I've been doing this for so long that sometimes you speak in a way that you have a certain basis of assumptions. You say, "Oh, I'm just going to say these words because I've heard them a million times, so I'm going to assume that someone else has heard them a million times." So by explaining to someone with no experience in it at all, you can go through and kind of figure, hey, this person does or does not. Um, if they don't understand it, they'll stop you and say, "Hey, what does this mean?" Mm. This Terra Wolf is interesting. I think this is a Bitcoin miner related thing, isn't it? What do you guys do? Profile operates clean Bitcoin mining facilities powered by nuclear, hydro, and solar energy. So it's very interesting that these guys are breaking out. And this is, again, you can see the alert that I just had right here. I had this off the open, came from a system I had, threw out an order, walked away. Uh, it it just seems like it's crazy that it's doing this well when Bitcoin is not. Right? We do an IBIT, and it failed this morning, so it's down this morning 2%, whereas this Bitcoin miner is up 14%. What about things like Mara? Yeah, Mara's down. This must be company specific news or something. RIOT, Riot down. Yeah. So what's Wolf doing? Oh, I see no news today. That's interesting. Yeah, whatever they did, market likes it. Not a crazy short float, only 15%, 2 days to cover. So it's not like it's a short squeeze going on. Might just be, could be just a technical breakout. We have 4 times normal volume. That's shocking to me that there's no news event with that much volume. Let me look here. Yeah, nothing. Interesting.
Michael?
Barry?
I have a feeling it's just because they say nuclear. I have a feeling, and
Oh, that would make sense because all these other,
yeah,
like,
exactly.
SMR, which I still hold a little bit, and all these guys are going nuts, aren't they? That might make
Yeah.
sense.
And I think that people, I mean, I was talking about OKLO, I think last week, and I
Yep.
was saying, this one has really, really lagged the other big three, well, no other two,
Hmm.
NNE and SMR. And then look what happened. I mean, last week it finally exploded, and it's up there with the other two.
Yeah.
Maybe Wolf, maybe Wolf is could maybe do something the same sort of thing. It's lagging. The only difference is that it's a huge float compared to the other ones.
Well, yeah, and this is the rest of them don't. The rest of them generate power, right?
Yes,
Wolf consumes power. Their just
they
whole
could.
mandate was that they were like I think they call it ESG or whatever of the Bitcoin world. Their whole thing is like
Mhm.
we're gonna mine Bitcoin just like Mara, Riot, whatever, but we're gonna mine Bitcoin fully with renewable power. And then
Right.
the advantage of that is there's only there's certain people that can invest in certain things. Like there's probably some funds or institutions that can't invest in Bitcoin miners because of the power draw they have. So their whole
Mhm.
shtick was, yeah, you can invest with us because we don't, right, we're not that bad, kind of thing.
Right. So I mean, it's possible. You're probably right. I mean, you're not. You're right. They don't produce nuclear energy or anything like that. But you know how people are. Like me, I look at that and go, nuclear. Okay, I'll buy it, just
Yeah.
because it says nuclear. And
Well,
so,
yeah, and AIs, machines and all that kind of stuff would certainly be saying the same thing, right? They don't think, they're just looking at what's in the name,
Mhm,
right? Just going from there.
exactly.
That makes sense.
So I heard you talking a little bit about your contest, or was it what was the contest you guys were trying to get in and trade the pool, or was that what it was?
Yeah, yeah, they have and they're a great partner of ours.
Hmm.
If you sign up for that, you get a thing. But yeah, I've been trying a couple times now to see if I can completely systematically, like without looking at a single chart throughout the day, pass their challenge. Partly
Hmm.
for fun, and partly
Yeah.
for if I can do that and get 160,000 worth of buying power to trade with, then great, right? You know, um, but yeah, so
So
that's
I take it, though, it hasn't worked out quite the way you, well, not yet. I keep you're sort of tinkering Still with the system?
Yeah, yeah, and that's a lot of my focus. It's just understanding that this is systems trading. So right, I have to both back test something that works, and then I have to kind of be playing with it and tweaking it kind of after that fact, right? So
Hmm.
I see someone asking why no charts would trade the pool. I'm just trying. I don't have the time, nor the attention span, nor the discipline to trade like Barry does, right? Where he's standing at uh, staring at charts and making discretionary decisions on the fly. It's just not for me. So what I'm trying instead is, yeah, I'm running systems and they generate levels for certain stocks overnight, and then I just kind of put out those orders and see what happens, right? So the order has a stop loss and a profit target associated with it, and then just kind of walk away and let the system do what it's going to do. Trade automation. Lawyers chasing wolf today. I think that would be a bad thing. Generally, when lawyers are showing up, it's not fun. But yeah, that's just my thing. I do forex trading, I do crypto trading, I do swing trading with equities. Uh, I do a lot of things. Content creation. Again, two very young kids. Consulting with different companies, things like that. I'm just way too busy to spend even 3-4 hours a day staring at intraday charts ticking up and down. So my solution is I'm going to test something that works, and then I'm going to implement that tested thing, and then I'm just recording the trades as they happen, and I'm tweaking and trying to get better, and sticking and moving, and eventually I'm fairly confident that I'll go from there. And that's how my uh, co-host in this podcast, Line Your Own Pockets, who's Dave, who is the CTO of Trade Ideas, that's how he trades. That's how he's been trading for, I think, said 15, 20 years now, where he is fully systematic. He doesn't know anything about the companies. He doesn't, right, do any of this. He's got very, very hard and fast rules. Say, if this, do this. If this, do this. And he's kind of in and out in the first hour, or I'd say I think in the first half hour he's got all of his orders set and everything good to go, and he just walks away and just let it work, right? So you would think that'd be a bad thing. Yeah, that's why we know the stocks, they do not move on the news. They just don't. uh but yes, 15% this high could be a problem. What, that's like 650. So again, I got triggered in some as it broke this area right here. So I'm happy. Right? I'll probably at the end of the day kind of tighten the stop up, maybe above today's low or something, and see if it breaks that. Could be interesting. Nothing really crazy from the short float or anything like that. That could get things going, but Bitcoin's recovering a little bit. I do think, mark my words, I'm not a day trader. I do think that this is going to be the sector that's going to be in play this week or next. It is just getting too much hype that I'm seeing on the internet of people, very, very excited to trade, very, very excited for this breakout to occur. Now, I don't know if it's going to break out by a little bit. Um, the and just chase and just trap people in and then sell, but it's just getting so close to all-time highs, and I think everybody in the world is conditioned to watch Bitcoin break all-time highs, because at least historically, when Bitcoin breaks all-time highs, you want to be getting involved. because it has this tendency of going absolutely crazy. I'm of the camp where I think the more institutional involvement that has come into Bitcoin with things like ETFs and all that, it's going to smooth out that volatility. That it's not going to be nearly as crazy as it was. But right, if it breaks 70K, does it go to 100? I don't know. Maybe that seems reasonable. 30%. That would be less than a third. No, a little more than a 30% gain. Could do that. I'm obviously hoping as someone who owns very, very small amount of Bitcoin, but it certainly could. And then that will drag everything else up, right? Your ETH, your dog coins, your ripples, your all these different things will all move. If Bitcoin moves, Bitcoin's kind of like the ETHE. ETHE is the kind of like the SPY, right? If the SPY starts ripping, most stocks are going to rip with it. And if the SPY is ripping and your stock isn't, then you probably own a pretty shit stock. So, maybe don't. But, uh, yeah, I think it's going to be at some point. And I thought my bet was, I think I said this on the podcast, my bet was like a Sunday overnight that something crazy was going to happen.
All right, Michael. I'm sorry. I'm back now.
Yep.
Thanks again for spelling me. So I guess we'll see you next Monday. The
I'll
new
see
the
it.
new time slot. So
Uh,
have fun with your kids.
yeah. Well, one is, they'll all be sick. One of them's always sick, and one of them's currently sick. It just seems they're just little friggin' germ factories. So yes.
Hmm.
So I
And
will
then they
probably
kind
be
of.
sick when I see you
Oh
next
yeah,
Monday.
100%, 100%.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael. We'll see you next week.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Okay. Bye bye, guys. Let me just grab the screen. There we go. Okay, so I've grabbed the screen back in both rooms, and let me get my music going. The last thing I've got to do. And announcement. So, guys, I am watching Bear, Baer. I'm really watching it. I know it's an AI alert, but that's not the reason so much. It showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. Now, one of the reasons I'm really wanting to watch it, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen, but I remember when Bivi, Bivi came in on that 10-day daily breakout fairly late in the day, sometime in the afternoon, and it just exploded. And obviously, it is continued today. So I want to see if Baer can take out that 399. I mean, it's just kind of hanging around the area. And because when I look left on the monthly chart, I think it had some room. Yeah, the room is to, I mean, I wish I had a little more room, but 449, 457, and then 520. So, between here and 450 could be some resistance, but I'm wondering though if it can take out four, I may have to take that trade. So, not saying for you guys to do the same, but and again, we typically don't get too many. Now, remember, I did a reboot of trade ideas, so that's why I don't see all the original alerts, but we don't get too many in the afternoon. Because normally, if something is going to have a 10-day daily breakout, usually it's happened early on. Let me see if that promo code, that MM5555s, 535s, let's see if that still works actually. Still good, guys. I don't know how much longer. But again, so I'll put the promo code. Yeah, yeah, you did put the promo code Spanky Squirrel. The only thing I would add though is that go to my homepage to do it. Oops, wrong. Just give me a moment because that'll help to keep the room free. Okay. So that promo code, and I'll put it in the main room too. That's okay, Spanky. Okay, so there's the promo code you can use. Two M's, MM555. So it's only good if you're willing to take out an annual premium subscription. Okay, that middle one. We're changing the names of these things. So I guess we call it the Momentum Master. Okay, we used to call that premium. We call it Paddle In Standard. So anyway, they're trying to get a little cute on these names, but the Momentum Master. So if you want to take out an annual subscription to the Momentum Master, then you can use that code MM555. And again, yeah, please go to my homepage to do it, which is right there. And then the room will get credit for it. It's that simple. So with that in mind, let me just go over my homepage one last time today. Interesting, it's been kind of after the first hour and a half, it's been, for me anyway, it's been a little bit boring. All right. So again, clicking on my homepage link, just do one thing before we do that. So if you just want to take out a monthly subscription, then you can use this promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month. Or if you want to take on an annual of a standard, the paddle in, I guess it's called now, then you can use that code. Okay. Otherwise, you can use that MM555 if you want an annual Momentum Master subscription. And as always, yeah, if you use my code, if you go to my homepage and use the code, the room gets credit for the subscription. That'll help to keep the room free. Really that simple. Now, if you take out a subscription, you must either get started. 10 short videos, first one to download and install. First startup and log in. Scroll down a little bit. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. You must do this. It's only 10 short videos. You don't have to do them all, but for sure, top lists and alert windows. And if you were listening to Michael in his hour in YouTube between 12 and 1, he put this together, the Trading 101, all free series of videos. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at these videos. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. My guess is that it has not triggered. The trigger is 2650, and the answer is no. So it did not get up to 2650 today. Close. Well, relatively close. It got up to 2617. So again, when you get the email, it's all laid out. It says, okay, here is your entry, and they have a stop. Usually it's a break of a moving average. So again, this is right now, it's a non-event. It's not a bad one. It's just a non-event because it did not trigger. So if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage, scroll down and here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing. I don't. All right, give me a moment. Do it again. Let's get rid of all that. All right, so I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing, all right, but I do not have them all up and running. There'd be way too many of the information overload. So you can take a look at them. I mean, I can show you. These are the ones, some of the ones that you can actually see. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Now, again, if you loaded it this morning, and you're saying, well, why does my list look different? Remember, the list starts generating when you load the scan. So remember, I actually rebooted Trade Ideas. So this is like this loaded started loading at say 12:05 Eastern. Okay, so what time is it now? 1:09. So that's why you don't have the same list. And what else? And the same thing with the Halter zooms. Obviously, there were a lot more Halter zooms. There it is. And this is the other race that if you're new to trading, I would probably look at this race instead of this race. This is the large cap gainers. It's the second race on the list, just because it's a lot less volatile. And then I have been really paying attention to my 10-day daily breakout. Okay, that is my that's my number one focus right now. Probably going forward for a while as we get more and more into earnings season. Today was not a big earnings day, but tomorrow and the balance of the week should be. We'll get a lot of earnings, companies releasing earnings after hours today and in the pre-market tomorrow. So we'll probably have. And why will the 10-day be active? Because these companies, some of them, depending on whether the earnings are good or the reaction to the earnings are good or bad, they can usually have some kind of a gap. And if the 10-day, if it breaks a 10-day high, well then a lot of times it will show up in here. There are other filters in place, not just a break of the 10-day high, but that's typically when that scan gets a little more active. Yeah, I saw that one earlier. KSCP, well, earlier, it's showing up in the momentum scan in a big way. Would not show up on that 10-day daily breakout because the relative volume is only 7 and the filter is 8. Now, if you want to take this scan and reduce it, you can. You'll definitely get more alerts. When I say reduce it, I'm talking about reducing the relative volume. I mean, I put this at 8 because I really want to see the abnormal ones. This would have been good also. So if you reduce that to say 6 or 7, you will get more alerts for sure. No idea, Cafe, and you're back to your old cafe. So long ago, Cafe. I really don't remember. I mean, I had no basis of training or of trading when I first started, so a lot of uh, a lot of bad things happened. I think when the light bulb came on for me, really was kind of understanding where to put a stop, or where I consider putting a stop and obeying it, and just moving on, taking a very manageable loss and moving on. That was probably the number one thing for me. Because until then, I wasn't really understanding number one, the concept of a stop. And even if I was sort of understanding it, I was always kind of second guessing myself because I was always thinking, well, this looks like it's got to be a great trade. So even though I put a stop there, I'm not going to obey it because I think it's going to be still good. And did that for a long time. And when I go through my little spiel about money management, all one of the worst things that happened early on is not obeying my stop, and then the stock turning around and making a lot of money on it. You might say, well, why is that a bad thing? Well, that's because then I started conditioning myself not to obey my stop because I was just thinking, well, my stop was obviously not correct and it's going to turn around and I'll make money until it didn't the first time, didn't the second time, didn't the third time, and all of a sudden I'm watching my account go to, well, not quite next to nothing, but so that's when I said, you know what? Obey your stop. Get out, manageable loss, and then you can always get back into the trade if it sets up again. And I check AIFF now, sure. Seem to be dropping with drug. Okay, well, at least it's so what is drug doing? Because I mean, it's the only reason AIFF is even noticeable is because of drug, right? So okay, drug is starting to come back a little bit. So that's the only reason, this some kind of a collaboration deal that they came out with anyway last week. It looks like so Friday that was on Wednesday. So if you follow Steve Gomez at all, that yellow line on the 15-minute chart, that is the 10 SMA. So it broke through it as an example. And but look at the V. So the VWAP is at 463. So I mean that could, it's not that far away, but 13 cents away or so, or less. That could stall it. That could act as resistance on the way up. Could. And I see the SPY is starting to recover from the bottom today. Again, very resilient. Our SPY. And look at the NAS. So NAS has just gone, mildly positive. So again, we have that little disconnect in the market. Dow is down, NAS is up. So we got a little bit of disconnect in the market. Though I mean the NAS is big. I call that flat. 9, 9. Boy, KSCP. Did it have any news or something? KSCP. Don't see any news. There's so many of these stocks moving, and I just don't see any news for them. The news really, I suppose, you just say, okay, it's 2.67 million in the float. It's a low float. Somewhere, some group maybe has got a hold of it and starting to pump it or started to pump it. No real action this morning or in the pre-market for it. Now it just got halted. And let's take a look. So it just got halted. So this blue screen again from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. 1719 is the halt. This is trying to give you an idea about where it could open. I doubt if it's going to open in 19, but could be wrong because you can see how this fluctuates. Yeah, so it doesn't look like Bear is going to do it. BAER doesn't look like it's going to do it. Ah, I didn't even see this. So this is actually an AI alert. KSCP was an AI alert early. Did not even see it. Look how long. Look how long you had. If you missed it the first time, I do some videos on this sort of stuff when I do my trade, my stock of the day. Trying to, I'm one to talk because I didn't even know it was an AI alert, but you can see there on this. Let me even break it out in a 5 minute. See if I can find it. There we go. So you can see there's that up arrow. Okay, that's when the alert happened from our AI, and the AI alert was at 1341. Well, look what it did. Look what it did. I mean, it even dipped down to 1235, but look what it did for the you could except for this little dip down here, you could say it was just consolidating right at the alert price. You could have waited a long time and then you could have taken it right there at noon. That's why I know now I know why because I was on my break. That's why I missed it. It's right when I went on my break. And you can see right there at noon. And so from there, from 1341, 1719, that's a tremendous move. And it's halted. So, using the AI like a watch list, let's see where this one can open. So we're starting to get a little bit closer to the halt price, 1788 now. And what time does it get halted? 1:20. So if it's a 5 minute halt, it'll open at 122 plus 34 seconds. So a little over a minute from now, if it's a 5 minute halt. All right, guys, a little over 30 seconds if it's going to be a 5 minute halt. All right, let's see where. There we go, 1768. Let's see where how close it comes to opening in that area. 10 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. So it really didn't explode from the halt, not yet anyway. Remember, it got halted at 1719, and it's kind of hanging around the area. Not explode from there yet anyway. Until now. Until now. Ah, oh man, look at it. Wow. Well, yeah, everything is Charlie. So the question is, how do I handle the AI watch list? Well, first of all, number one, I don't take this just got halted again, probably. I don't take every alert, of course. I use it like a watch list, just like now. Had I been, if all I had to do was, watch the AI and a couple other things. So what I should have done is put an alert at right there at 1341, as it was not doing anything. Okay, a little bit above it, maybe a little bit above it. I just didn't do it. You saw, I'm still interested in the bear, maybe if it breaks four, as an example. The ISBC, now that was something I took on my own earlier. I had nothing to do with the AI. So there's no hard and fast rule, Charlie. Okay, it really depends. Wow, it really depends on how much room there is looking left. on the daily and the weekly, whether I want to trade it at all. But what I should have done on the KSCP was put a price alert right around, the 1350 mark, and then wait to see if it took it out later. Well, in this case, I'd be using a 15-minute chart, right, for the KSCP. KSCP. That's specific to that one. But another chart, and some of them I won't even want to look at all. I'll look at it and go, no, don't like it. The GNPX, the possibility if it takes out two, but I would never take it now. 191 when we got the alert, it was way too extended for me. All my normal trading rules apply. I don't care if it's coming from our AI or one of my scans. I mean, even here, this crazy thing. Look at that, 122, 1760. And on no news. I mean, I don't see any news on this one whatsoever, other than it's a low float. That's about the only news, if you want to call it news. If people are scanning for very low float situations, well, this is probably coming up. That doesn't mean if you scan for every low float doesn't mean that okay, I'm going to take every low float. Somewhere somebody decided to get a hold of it right around here. Tudor Parini. I haven't seen this one. Another beautiful. Look at the beautiful break on the 15-minute chart right there. After all that, almost a couple of hours consolidation, and it is broke. Well, that's very interesting. It's actually positive. This is not usually a positive headline. Like, sees a Q3 net loss, pulls full year guidance. Okay, that's your positive. Expects profitability in 2025, but these first two usually that's not signaling a stock that's going to do this. Well, no, actually, Charlie. In fact, if it has a high short float and the stock is moving, that's even better, isn't it? Because you would look at it, or the company hired a stock promoter. Yes, okay. Because you'd be looking at that and going, well, all those people who are short are watching this stock soar on them. Okay, and what might they be doing? Okay, if you were short this one, and all of a sudden the stock is doing this, you might be thinking, man, I better start covering my position. I mean, that is the combination of a low float and a high short float percent. When a stock is moving for some reason, can be dynamite. I'm not going to call this a short squeeze, or I don't believe in labeling things. I mean, whether we call it a short squeeze or it doesn't matter. When people ask, is this a short squeeze? I don't know, but does it really matter what we call it? Well, when the alert happened, it didn't do anything, Charlie, right? That's what I'm saying. It didn't really do much. So you could have said, okay, let's see if it can take out, this 1360 level. That's why if I had have been smart, I would have put a price alert in that 1360 level. It would have taken 2 hours, 2.5 hours. The other thing that could have stopped it, but didn't yet anyway, is the 200-day moving average. But that was far enough away. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so and do not see any news on it. Boy, we see a lot of stocks that look like this, don't we? Look at this weekly chart for this one, SYRS. Big drop down that week. I don't know if it was an earnings play or what it was, but obviously some terrible news. Went from 518 down to $1.50. Really did nothing for several months. Now it's trying. The next high looking left is 230. So I mean, if it takes, I'll put a price alert there. I doubt if it's going to do it today, but what if it does it tomorrow? 230, because then you start looking left. Look at the room it's got, and I'm sure it is. Yeah, it's a fairly low float, 19 million. Yeah, and you see these headlines, being investigated for securities fraud. Yeah, so I don't know who is investigating them. Okay, I mean they're saying, these lawyers come out and they say, they are investigating claims. So it's a little misleading. I mean, it's I don't know. I don't know what's happening exactly. A lot different if it says the SEC is investigating them for securities fraud. Yeah, it's the lawyers. Yeah, so I don't think this is an official SEC investigation. Just I see this law firm all the time, the Shaw law firm, and they're trying to they're always developing these class action suits. Well, my price alert, you can just see, Charlie, if you look left, 230 is the next high in the weekly chart. Okay, if it takes out 230, then it's the next high is way up here at 520. So again, it may not happen today, it may not happen ever, but if it happens tomorrow or in the next few days, it could start to try to fill in this area. But there was a reason for this, right? There was a reason for this drop, and it really hasn't recovered. To go back and see, was it they're a bio, so maybe whatever they had, the results were not good. Yeah, I saw WINT earlier today. It is it still over a dollar? Yeah, so it just broke over a dollar. In fact, well, I saw it in the pre-market. You got it up to 136 and pulled all the way back down to a dollar. I mean, it's the same sort of thing. I mean, if it ever gets going, I mean, look at the weekly chart. It's got some room. And so they are going to be presenting at some conference on October 30th. I don't know if that is the only reason for this one. This is one I was saw this when I was taking my break, guys. ONCT. So, man, look at this. I mean, another one that had a big drop and kind of did nothing for several months, and now trying. Sorry, so another one is just trying maybe to fill in this void. 441. Other low float, 2.7 million in the float. Not a lot of volume, 412,000. Look at the relative volume, 36. What does that tell you? It tells you this doesn't trade very much. If 432,000 represents 38 times normal, you can see it doesn't trade very much. But for some reason, ONCT is having, you know, a 52% day. Well, again, 55%. JCSE, 1.8 million in the float, and Singapore company last week, down here. Well, it's been kind of running a little bit, not really. 138. What did it get up to today? 238. Let's take a look at it on a monthly chart to see where it could go on a monthly chart. So the next high in a monthly chart is around 255. Did see NUZD earlier, Baba, and I know I had it. I know I had the chart up. Yeah. So last week, yeah, 360. So it is pulled back. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't look that good to me now. Down through that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So if you know Steve Gomez, he loves that. So it breaks down through that. Unless it gets above it, he would never take that. All right, NCI, what is this one doing? Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Look, another one that was up to $11. I never know if it's a true IPO or a SPAC that turned into NCI, a company that took over the symbol NCI or changed symbols. At any rate, I guess traders will look at this and think, "Wow, look at that void." All right. Well, volume is coming in. Volume is still coming into NCI. Okay, so it was a true IPO back in April. Okay, thank you, Draw. And that is the NCI. Look at ONCT just got halted. Oh, I think I got halted on the way down, right? Yeah. Wow. I mean, look at this. Think it's easy to trade. Look at this. 237 looks pretty good. A couple of big pops, and then boom, and they just got halted on the way down. This is why you can never ever wander away from your computer. when you're well, I wouldn't wander away from my computer if I'm in anything, but certainly not a low float. I mean, that looked pretty good, didn't it? I mean, it was taking a little run higher, and then look at the volume that came in. That was good volume on the way up, worse on the way down, or more on the way down. And that's why I'm saying this race here, while yes, you get these nice big percentage moves up, you can get the bigger percentage moves down. A volatile race. Again, I'm not saying that you can't get moves like that here, but typically no, not the same percentages. This is just a large cap gainer. So put a half a billion market cap in here and a 50 million float, and that cuts out usually a lot of the excessive volatility. So if you're new to trading, probably this is a better option to start anyway. And that's the large cap gainers from the start of the race, which is on my homepage. All right, guys, I'm sort of still somewhat interested in the NCI. It's right back at the alert price of 150. Now look what's happening with the KSCP, right? It's on the way down, halted on the way down. Again, you cannot wander away. Look at that, 2015. All right, guys. So I'm probably going to be taking off around 2:30. I'll always say later if there are questions. So another 45 minutes or so for me. What's the plan today, Michael? Michael, William or draw? What time today? And are there any interesting earnings plays after hours today? That usually dictates to whether or not you're going to hang around till 3:45. Okay. So what about you, draw? You can't, Corey. You cannot. There's no audible alerts for top lists at all. Okay. Only audible alerts are for alert windows. Okay. There are no audible alerts for top list windows. Not really the use. Well, I can see why people might like it, but understanding that a top list window could have stocks coming in and out very rapidly, I think it'd go crazy. Man, look at this ONCT. Just again, we just talked about this, got clobbered, and now it is. I don't know if it's trying to recover a little bit. Well, you and Draw can get together, I guess. I don't know if Draw wants to keep it open after you, but Okay, so and I saw you had a bit of a cold over the weekend too, Draw. So you're probably not that keen and hanging around late anyway, right? Well, yeah, wow, William. So I don't quite understand. So are you trying to say, for instance, if you had this momentum scan, okay, you're trying to say that if you can see it, it's on your screen, and when you get like a real time alert, it's not automatically not scans. Okay, what are you talking then about? You talking about price alerts? Oh, price alerts. That is a little strange. Yeah, that'll have nothing. Yeah, just like me. Okay, just like me, I have my price alert window because it's got nothing to do with any of your alert windows, as you know, and it's got really nothing to do with. So I don't quite still understand. How do you know you? So it's not popping up on your monitor when you get a price alert. It's not. Okay, well, let me ask you this. How do you know there's a price alert then? It's just because you happen to, bring it up just to see if anything has happened, and then you see a time and you say, "Hey, wait a minute," or you do see that it said triggered and you say, "Well, wait a minute, I didn't see that." Is that what's happening? Oh, guys, the mildest little move for NCI now. Okay, so now you're saying, now this is even more bizarre. You're saying you click on an alert in a, say, in a scan, and then your price alert window pops up. Whoa. Okay, guys, NCI, NCI, NCI. Maybe it is going to be a little late breaker. Um, well, that's a new one. How could that possibly happen? And it doesn't mean that it's let's just say you click on SYRS. It's not that SYRS is going to show up here. It's just you're going to see the last price alert that you should have seen. So it's not like you're seeing you're not seeing the symbol that you're clicking on in order and having this pop up. It just it's a coincidence. Oh, NCI guys, NCI. This is what I was hoping for. Just a random. Okay. This is what exactly what I was hoping for. I've covered some. Covered. Covered sounds like I'm sure to no, in case I can't get through two. Okay. So this is what I was hoping for. You see that 150, and it broke down just a little bit underneath it, then came right back. Well, I don't see. I cannot recreate that. And your alert, your scan is always your scan is not minimized. Also, it looks like it's you're always seeing it, and you just click on an alert, and then your price alert window pops up. That is all the years I've had trade ideas. I've never heard that before. But you see them. You see everything. You it's not like you don't have your scans minimized. You've got them all up and running on one monitor. Well, the only thing I can think of is maybe get rid of your price alerts window and then reload it. Okay, and then try it again. Put a price alert on any chart, and then because you're not using our charts, are you? So you well then, if you're not using our charts, how do you put a price alert on something? I never thought you could put a price alert on something. I guess you can though. So you're just manually entering them. I see. You just manually enter. I see. I've never even thought about that. Okay. Hmm. Well, why don't you X out and reload it? I don't know if you've tried that. Just reload it again, or because it's only started today, right? Last few trading days. Oh, okay. Well, that's a little bit different. And of course, you load trade ideas every single day. You shut down and you load trade ideas every single day, right? Hmm. Pepe. I don't know if Pepe's lurking, but I've never. Yeah, I do too. I shut down my entire machine also. Wow, I that's a. I don't understand how clicking on an alert window will trigger your price alert window to come up. Yeah, I did. Yes, yes, I did try. I'm out of it. I mean, it was a very quick trade. Very quick trade. Okay. Well, so what Pepe is saying is maybe you have to do a reinstall. And why don't you just go to the latest beta or okay? The latest beta is fine, but that's what Pepe is saying. You should maybe reinstall because he had a problem once with the price alerts window. Because that just seems so bizarre. And there might be something, maybe you got a corrupted file or something. And again, guys, absolutely classic. I mean, yeah. Can you imagine if I had wandered away from my computer? Okay. So I'm taking this on that 153 area, writing it up. I wish I could say I got out everything at 181, but the majority in this area. And then look what happened afterwards. And my goodness, I mean, here's where it could potentially open 108. Well, then I guess as Pepe is saying, maybe just do a reinstall. Yeah. Well, it's certainly ruthless to some of these little ones. There's no question. Not so. Oh man, look at NNE. Another high of the day. Well, it was up here anyway. This just doesn't look. I mean, pulls full year guidance. That usually is not a good sign. Now they don't actually release until November 6th, though. 3 weeks from now. So they're kind of conditioning the market. It says it will report a loss from construction operation and negative earnings Q3, causing it to withdraw EPS guidance for the full year. Pre-tax loss, however, expects record operating cash flow. I guess that takes care of all that. I guess. And this is for the TPC. Record backlog. Okay, 14 billion, up 35%. So it's just that when you read it at the very beginning, you think, oh man, that stock must be getting hit hard. And then you see TPC up 12%. Not a big float either. 43 million in the float for TPC. Yeah, I guess so, isn't it, William? Backlog and cash flow. RJ McFly. He must be a Back to the Future fan, or is there another reason? Talking to RJ in our YouTube room. Okay, remember this screen here, guy, or this little window here. Earnings plays up. Okay, remember, look how few there are. Try to remember this. Next week, my opinion, this you won't even be able to see them all. Maybe sometime this week. And put myself on mute just for a second. I want to check something out. Yeah, so we've got about 400 and say 50 companies this week releasing earnings. Next week we'll have about 750. Oh, you can see that. I mean, and there might be one week in which you'll get about 1,000 plus. DX is an earnings play today. DX is one. So let's see now. It is actually, it looks like it's basically flat. It's only at 4 cents from Friday's close. Yeah, I agree. I agree with William. I mean, believe me, when we get a lot of these companies releasing earnings, you're going to see a lot more action. And I'm not talking about the big guys, the Microsofts and the Apples. And in fact, I way prefer the sort of the hidden ones, the ones that only get active every 3 months when they release earnings. They can have a couple of days of going bananas, depending on how the market reacts to their earnings. All right, Todd is taking BIVI. Well, I see BIVI right there. Let's take a look. So on a bounce play, 487. Okay. Good luck. Well, Steve would say, let's see now, what time is it now? Well, Steve would say on that 15-minute chart, my yellow line there, it looks like it's going to close just a little bit above that line there. Has another half a minute, and that is a signal for Steve to to take a look at a trade like this. So, well, so far so good. Big deal would be for it to take out five. Takes out five. You have a shot to the 550 mark, I guess, on that 15-minute. Oh, I asked him to clear all the alerts. You're talking well, and yeah, all the alerts. He said he would do that, and so what you've been manually then doing it. I just assumed it had been done. Talking to William and her. So you've been manually then getting rid of all the alerts from the previous day. Okay. Well, let me bug him again. I also asked him to keep, anything in the room rules and also my homepage. He's talking about the notes though. I still don't know how to get to the notes, but that has nothing to do with clearing the post alert or the alerts. I still don't know how to get to those notes, but that has nothing to do. I mean, with the because I still want the room rules and Barry's homepage. I want the information there. Well, let me bug him again, okay? Yeah, I saw what you showed me there last week, and I well, as you can see, I don't have that. Let me see if I can somehow bring it up. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to fiddle around with we've had this new room now, well, for about 3 weeks, I guess. There's a couple of things that I'm not 100% sure of. Yeah, so I don't see that underneath I don't see that. So what you've got here underneath my name, you've got screens, notes, video player, files. There must be another area, I guess, because I don't see that underneath me. And I clicked on all this stuff. I don't see anything up here either. All right, let me just contact him right now, like while I'm thinking about it. Now, if you're wondering what I'm doing there, I have to I have to do that so I can bring up all my favorites and then hide them. No, okay. Now I'm not on mute. So, William, yeah, I just emailed him with the Sebastian with some of the stuff. Boy, this has not stopped. Look at this move on the 5-minute chart for APC. just straight up. Look at that. Look at that break at 11:45 on the 15-minute chart, straight up for TPC. Must be a good quality company. Yeah, KCP, well, what is it? KSCP basically cut in half from that high. Not quite, but yes. Well, they have an interesting business here. That's Nightscope. That is KSCP. Includes the K1 stationary machine, the K3 indoor machine, the K5 outdoor machine, and the K7 multi-terrain four-wheel vehicle. Its machines patrol client sites without the need for remote control to provide a visible, force multiplying physical security presence to help protect assets. All right, that's what they do. Oh my goodness, sun in Vancouver. We just went through the massive deluge of rain over the last 3 days. Okay, yeah, the atmospheric river. Never, ever, ever heard that term before. We had it, I think, last year or the year before. The atmospheric river. I love these names they come up with. All right, TPC still hanging in there. What is it? Where could it go on a monthly chart? This is almost a lifetime high. Almost a lifetime high for this TPC. Just looking here, 92% in green. So what does that mean? Well, if you could have a lifetime candle of this stock, a lifetime candle with the low and the high, it'd be right at the near, the price would be right near that high. Well, Stevie, I hope you make money doing that. That one, DJT. And for maybe the 15th alt of the day, GNPX, guys, GNPX. Now, don't call me crazy, but you know what? If this can take out two later, I mean, it may get rocking again. I mean, the high rate there is 204. I think when we look on the monthly chart, yeah, I think the next high in the monthly chart is 345. So, okay, no, I haven't seen this one for a while. So I see NCI probably got halted on the way up, or yeah, got halted on the way up, and now is trying to recover. I have to steer clear of it. I mean that's too disastrous in my opinion. TCBP halted on the way down. Okay. Oh yeah, halted on the way down. Okay, guys, another maybe 10 minutes for me. So if you have any questions, please ask now. So that red line you see on the chart, actually, the next high looking left on the daily chart, if I could back this daily chart out, you would see there's a high right there. So we're getting close to that high. Okay, so that one's up 28%. What is SMA? SMA is up. Oh, sorry, I keep. Yeah, so this is really lagging, guys. This is really, really lagging. I mean, this is only up 1.8%. The other one, NNE, what did I say? 28%. And OKLO is up 16%. So yeah, SMR is really lagging the rest of them. Delays in price and percentage in trade ideas. Okay, well, I don't know what to say. I don't, but are you talking about on the chart? Like what? I need a lot more information. Yeah, so top lists basically get updated every few seconds, okay? I don't know what the exact time is. Charts, though, definitely not for me. For me, anyway. Okay. And all I can do, okay, for instance, I'll click on NRGV and our chart says 190. And and here's what IB says, 190. Okay, so I mean that on that one, I'm not getting any delay on the charts whatsoever. Why don't you give me an example of one? Ah, okay, Eric, good. Well, I usually tell that story in a little more detail when we talk about money management. But do that one. Okay, let's see, BIVI. Okay, 486, 486. So I'm not seeing any delay. What are you seeing? Like, what are you seeing for your price in your chart for BIVI? Okay, well, I mean, it's 486, 480. I mean, if you're talking about a penny, I mean, it's very possible that we might be a penny out sometimes, but I'm just looking here, 86.22, 487, 487. So, I'm not seeing even a stock that is, fairly actively trading, I'm not seeing a big difference. And I'm just looking at the bid. I'm just looking at Interactive Brokers, and it's sort of basically bang on. 483, 482, like 485, 485. I mean, it's basically bang on. So I don't really see anything that is affecting anything right now. Anyway, and believe me, I'm not trying to defend the program. we uh, we struggled with our charts a few months ago, maybe even a year ago, and I was all over them saying, "Come on, we got to get the charts a lot better." So I'm just not seeing that, Casey. How about another one? But Bivy should be a pretty good one because it's pretty actively trading. And you're like, okay, now are you sure? For instance, okay, if I back this out a bit, if I back this out a little bit, you see, have a little right arrow there, and I have to click on it, though I still should see the price. It's just that I won't get the candles correctly. 'Cause I'm just not seeing that, Casey. Is anybody else having a problem like that? Because, I see all the emails that come in, and I don't see a bunch of emails that say what you're talking about. I'm not saying it's not happening for you. I'm not trying to say that. But if you're talking about if it says 481 and then you quickly look at your broker and it says 482, I mean, look, I mean, that's not, and then it changes to 482 like half a second later, you know, that may happen. I mean, I'm not saying, but I just look over here and it's basically, the same 477, 477, 476, it's basically the same. If there were like a 10-cent difference, okay. So LTBR obviously pulled back from 10. Got up to in the pre-market anyway, I got up to 10, 30 or so. Yeah, they see, I'm cycling through a bunch, well, especially these crazy little ones, they can be pretty active. I'm cycling through a bunch of them, and I don't see a big difference at all. I mean, I could put this side by side, you can see how it's changing. It was 1931, 1931 still. The bid ask is different, but it hasn't changed. It hasn't had a print at the bid. 1945, it just changed, I mean, I don't know. And it shouldn't matter. I could step away from my computer, and it should absolutely not make any difference. So it's interesting. Why is SMR lagging those 2? So when you say idle, are you talking about in sleep mode, or, like, what are you talking about? Maybe when you say idle, what do you mean by that exactly? Like, my computer is never idle unless I put it in sleep mode, if that's what you're talking about, or hibernation, of course, but my computer is always alive and kicking, even if I walk away from my computer. Like, a screensaver doesn't come on, and well, all right. So what you're saying is I won't click on anything. I'm just gonna sit and watch this one. Let me get one that's a little more, maybe take Apple or something, okay? Something that really is trading a lot. Okay, there's Apple. Okay. Of course, it's not gonna change that much. So I'm just gonna watch. I wanna see it. I want to make sure that, my chart is definitely changing. I'm not doing anything. My chart is definitely changing to the correct price. Glancing at my interactive brokers where I'm seeing the last trades. Maybe you have to, I don't know, if does it happen all the time? Like what Pepe said, maybe you have to reinstall trade ideas. I don't know. What do I think of APLD? That's from our YouTube room. APLD. What do I think about it? Well, let's take a look. Um, okay. First of all, it's a lot of volume today, but it's only 0.69 times normal. Okay, so today is not having any. You can tell it's down a penny. The high over here is 856. It's a big float. I mean, I don't know what else I can add. I mean, it's a big float. Take a look at on a weekly chart. Had earnings on the 9th. Okay. So looks like this looks like this was the week of its earnings. Yeah, I did okay, but is really not broken out. Kind of to be honest, kind of boring. Just sort of in this area on the weekly chart. So I'm not really seeing anything that will get me excited about this. Maybe if it breaks up over 881 or something, but don't let me stop you. If you think it's great, go ahead. Oh, I see fun down here. Yeah, PHUN right down here. Well, drug is, question again in our YouTube room. I mean that yeah, that is a wild and crazy one. Obviously, I have no feel for this whatsoever. I know it had some news that came out on Friday. Had a little more news today, but I mean that's when you ask what about it? I mean, what do you actually mean? Are you trying to are you suggesting I should say, well, yeah, I would take it right up here, or I would short it if you had shorts? No, I have no shorts ever available for that one. This is just a wild one. You got to be very, very careful. That's all. I mean, there's an argument to be made if it takes out 52 on the 5 minute chart, maybe it gets going. I don't know. There's a 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Maybe if it takes that out, but if you're going to take something like this, you have to take, in my opinion, very few shares with a pretty wide stop because you can get 10, 20, $30 swings in it. Super risky. Yeah, of course. But again, they did pump out some news this morning. This collaboration with Firefly. I don't know who they are. Firefly. I don't know if it's a public company or and that caused a little bit of excitement early. All right, let me see. I see ISPC. Okay. Now, okay, okay. So right now, okay, well, right now, of course, it is not, it is 612. Are you looking at time and sales all the time in this time and sales? Because I have noticed that if you're looking at your order entry, sometimes your order entry lags. This is what you should look at. Okay, time and sales. Because I have noticed that sometimes, especially early in the day, in the morning, sometimes my order entry, I'm not getting the same prices as I'm seeing the time and sales. I don't know what the issue is. So I just look at this. Yeah, so I don't know what you're looking at, the trade page. I don't know what that is. All I look at is time and sales. So it sounds like it sounds like it's Interactive Brokers that is giving you different when you're looking at, because I feel that our charts are, I mean, look, okay, 607, 607. I think our charts are fine. Yes, and this is 6:07. Okay, this is time and sales last at 6:07. If you're looking at the bid ask, it's not going to look the same, but that's the last 6:07. And see, it just went to 6:06, 6:06. Okay, so I don't know what you're looking at to get your IB data. This is what I look at anyway. The time and sales. There might be, Baba. I don't know what it is. I mean, unless our oh, there's the daily. Okay, I don't see anything. No, I don't see any headline in Interactive Brokers to explain why it did this today. I mean, I'm sure if you scour the internet somewhere, there might be something, but I see nothing at Interactive Brokers that's telling me why. And pardon my ignorance. Well, not well. I don't. You do have real time data, right? With Interactive Brokers, KC. You have subscribed to a real time data plan. Not my ignorance, but my I'm trying to be condescending or anything. But I mean, you do have okay, and so you do pay for real time data. No, I'm not talking about our program. I'm talking about IB. Okay, well, why don't you indulge me? If you bring up time and sales, do a search on time and sales, bring up this window. And is it different? Well, why don't you do this though? Why don't you bring up time and sales and see if it jives with our charts? Just do a search. Well, you don't need to do a search. Just click on file, and then new window. And time and sales, you'll see time and sales, and I just picked the top one, the time and sales. Not the multi-instrument. I don't even know what that means. Okay, so you're saying this does jive with our charts. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Well, then it's something within Interactive Brokers that you're looking at that is, I guess, somehow delayed. So the bottom line, it's not our charts. Okay. All right, guys, 2:38. So unless I see any other questions, I think I'm going to pack it in. Now, for the YouTubers, people who are still in YouTube listening, here is a link. Okay, so there's my homepage link. Okay, so for those of you who are in YouTube, if you click on my homepage link and then right at the very top, you see trading room, you can click on that and you can get into the main room. Okay. And that room will be open till I think William said about 3:30. 3:30, 3:45 or so. Okay. And I'm going to take off right now. Unless there are questions. You too, Michael. Okay. I don't see any other questions. So I'm going to shut down YouTube right now. So I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening for those of you on YouTube.